you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was my daughter. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Fiscal. I tell you what. To my dearest daughter, Ashley, God love you, you're incredible. Thank you for that introduction and for being my courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill. Who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs and I still get that going boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all. Folks. And America, I love you. Folks, let me ask you. Let me ask you. Are you ready to vote for freedom? Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America? Let me ask you, are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, President and Vice President of the United States? My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States. In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. But I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us. Now it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed. Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods. Hate was on the march in America. Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, There are very fine people on both sides. My God. That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized, had to listen to the admonition of my dead son, I could not stay in the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor. An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us. More than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back, to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity, demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is to deliver to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up and inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma. And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saves? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, well, thank you, Kamala, too. Look, folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. But now, because of Kamala, I've done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, that's being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a football field, will be over $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree. Because of you and so many electeds out there, American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others made sure they'd go abroad to get the cheapest labor. We used to import products and export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America, where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities throughout the country that were left behind. You know you're from them, many of you. You know what it's like when that factory closed, where your mother, your father, your grandmother, grandfather worked. And now you're back, providing once again, proving that Wall Street didn't build America, the middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. It's been my view since I came to the Senate. That's why I'm proud to have been the first president to walk a picket line and be labeled the most pro-union president in history, and I accept it. It's a fact. Because when unions do well, we all do well. You got it, man. You got it. I agree. I'm proud. Look, remember he told we couldn't get anything done because we couldn't get anything done in the Congress? Well, with your support, we passed the most significant climate law in the history of mankind. Over $370 billion. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps and Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people of the future who are going to make sure this continues. Creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in clean energy for American workers, including the IBEW installing 500,000 charging stations all across America. And in the process, reducing carbon emissions. And we're seeing it. We're seeing to it that the first beneficiaries of environmental initiatives are those fence-line communities that have been smothered by the legacy of pollution. Louisiana and Delaware, Route 9. All the factories, all those chemical factories are right next to the poorest neighborhoods. They're the ones we're going to bring back. And how? How can we be the greatest nation in the world without the best education system in the world? Donald Trump and the Republican friends, they not only can't think, they can't read very well. Seriously, think about it. Look at their Project 2025. They want to do away with the Department of Education. Well, during the pandemic, Kamala and I helped states and cities get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We created apprenticeships with business and the communities, putting students on a path to a good paying job, whether or not they go to college. And by the way, we're making college a hell of a lot more affordable. Increasing Pell Grants by $900. Over $15 billion to HBCUs. Minority service agencies, including Hispanic institutions and tribal colleges. We kept our commitment to provide more student relief than ever by lifting the burden of helping millions of families so they could get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows. From the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. You know, my dad used to say there wasn't a whole hell of a lot to drop down on my kitchen table at the end of the month. I come from a basic middle-class family. 3-bedroom house, 4 kids, a grandpa living with us, decent neighborhood, but never a penny to spare. And look, that top-down notion never worked. A lot of Democrats didn't think it worked, but thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well. Everybody. Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this. Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous, I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old. But I'm not joking. Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong. Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke, think about it. I'm being literal. Who could lead the world other than the United States of America? Well, guess what? America's winning, and the world's better off for it. America's more prosperous, and Americans are safer today than under Donald Trump. Trump continues to lie about crime in America, like everything else. Guess what? On his watch, the murder rate went up 30%, the biggest increase in history. Meanwhile, we made the largest investment, Kamala and I, in public safety ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level in more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon. And folks, the distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons. And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety, we need to prevent gun violence. And what makes me ashamed when I travel the world, which I do, more children in America are killed by a gunshot than any other cause in the United States. More die from a bullet than cancer, accidents, or anything else in the United States of America. My God. That's why Kamala and I are proud. We beat the NRA when we passed the first major bipartisan gun safety law in 30 years. I'm serious. That comes from here. And now it's time to ban assault weapons again. And demand universal background checks. It's hard. I never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad. Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. It took 4 weeks. Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke. Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true. Typically Trump, once again, putting himself first and America last. Then I had to take executive action. The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office. And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America. Poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration including protecting dreamers and more. And here's what else I believe in. Protecting your freedom to vote, your freedom to love who you love, and your freedom to choose. In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, that you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, "Women are not without electoral or political power." No kidding. MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022. And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024. Watch. And where Trump and his mega Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court. Ketanji Brown Jackson, a symbol for every young woman in America that you can do anything. I'm proud that I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America and that taps in to the full talent of our nation. The most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president. And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States. She is good. Look. Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation, but I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud to have written and signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness was a consequence of Agent Orange. And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause of their illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse with 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month. And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far. Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service. We get it. But guess who doesn't get it and doesn't respect our veterans? We know from his own chief of staff, the 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France. The brave service members who gave their lives to this country. He called them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period. Not then, not now, and not ever. I mean that. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down. When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke. America First doctrine changed our whole image in the world. Well, they gave the hours, about 190 hours sum total, even my counterparts or heads of state in Europe, to strengthen NATO. We did. We united Europe like it hadn't been united for years, adding Finland and Sweden to NATO. 10 days before he died, Henry Kissinger called and said, not since Napoleon has Europe not looked over their shoulder at Russia with dread. Until now. Until now. Well, guess what? Putin thought he'd take Kyiv in 3 days. 3 years later, Ukraine is still free. When I came to office, the conventional wisdom was that China would inevitably surpass the United States. They haven't noticed. No one's saying that now. And we'll keep working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security in the Middle East. As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th. We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now. To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people. And finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war. Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides. Just as we worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history. But they're home. Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully detained around the world home. I mean it. Folks, I've got 5 months left in my presidency. I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done. It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more. I love my country more. And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true. I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives. And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump. And elect Kamala and Tim President and Vice President of the United States of America. Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to American families so they just have a little more breathing room. We've made incredible progress, but we have more work to do. And Kamala and Tim will continue to take on corporate greed and bring down cost of food. They'll keep taking on Big Pharma, making insulin $35 a month, not just for seniors, but for everyone in America. And capping prescription drug costs at a total of $2,000, not just for seniors, but for everyone. And folks, that's going to save America again tens of billions of dollars. Folks, they'll make housing more affordable, building 3 million new homes, providing $25,000 down payment assistance for the first-time home buyer, more than the 10 we approved. Donald Trump wants a new tax on imported goods, food, gas, clothing, and more. You know what that will cost the average family, according to the experts? $3,900 a year in a tax. No, it's a fact. Kamala and Tim will make the child care tax credit permanent. Lifting millions of children out of poverty and helping millions of families get ahead. But you know what Trump has? He created the largest debt any president had in 4 years with his $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy. Well, Trump has a new plan. He wants to provide a $5 billion tax cut for corporations and the very wealthy. Read it. Put us further in debt. And folks, you know we have 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average tax rate they pay? 8.2%. If we just increase their taxes, we proposed to 25%, which isn't the highest tax rate even, it would raise $500 billion new dollars over 10 years. They'd still be very wealthy. Look, Kamala and Tim are going to make them pay their fair share. They'll protect Social Security and Medicare. Trump wants to cut Social Security and Medicare. Kamala and Tim will protect your freedom. They'll protect your your right to vote. They'll protect your civil rights. And you know Trump will do everything to ban abortion nationwide. Oh, he will. You know, Kamala and Tim will do everything they possibly can. That's why you have to elect the Senate and the House to restore Roe v. Wade. The ancient Greeks taught us that character is destiny. Character is destiny. For me and Jill, we know Kamala and Doug are people of character. It's been our honor to serve alongside them. And we know that Tim and Gwen Waltz are also people of great character. Selecting Kamala was the very first decision I made when I became our nominee. And it was the best decision I made my whole career. We've not only gotten to know each other, we've become close friends. She's tough, she's experienced, and she has enormous integrity, enormous integrity. Her story represents the best American story. And like many of our best presidents, she was also vice president. That's a joke. But she'll be a president our children can look up to. She'll be a president respected by world leaders because she already is. She'll be a president we can all be proud of. And she will be a historic president who puts her stamp on America's future. This will be the first presidential election since January 6th. On that day, we almost lost everything about who we are as a country. And that threat, this is not hyperbole, that threat is still very much alive. Donald Trump says he will refuse to accept the election result if he loses again. Think about that. He means it. Think about that. He's promising a bloodbath if he loses, in his words. And that he'll be a dictator on day one, in his own words. By the way, this sucker means it. No, I'm not joking. Think about it. Anybody else said that in the past, you'd think he was crazy. He is crazy, but you'd think it was an exaggeration, but he means it. We can't let that happen. Folks, all of us carry a special obligation. Independents, Republicans, Democrats. We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024. The vote of each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious. And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands. America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office. That's because America is, and always has been, a nation of possibilities. Possibilities. We must never lose that. Never. Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities, not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Canada ever seen. Each of us has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation. The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try. I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart, when my days are through, America, America, I gave my best to you. of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president. But I hope you know how grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this from the bottom, give you my word as a Biden, I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it. Folks, we just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
All right, if you are just now tuning in, President Biden just took the stage here at the Democratic National Convention here in Chicago. Jacob Long, Democratic strategist, joining me. It was a very invigorating speech for a lot of people here in the crowd. You know, the president almost stood there for an hour talking. At one point he came out, he was very emotional. His daughter introduced him, Ashley, and she talked about how great of a dad he was. Talk about what this does for the Harris-Walz administration, this passing of the torch of sorts.
Well, let me just say that this was just an incredible night for the Democratic Party to have the sitting president come out on night one of their convention. It's the first time Democrats have been able to gather in person in 8 years to celebrate. We're accomplishing a couple of things here. We are celebrating the historic achievements of Joe Biden. And I'll be honest, I don't think that Joe Biden gets enough credit. We don't talk enough about how great of a man he is and how terrific of a president he is. He has accomplished more in the last 3.5 years with Vice President Harris than most presidents have in 2 terms over 8 years. And so bringing out the sitting president tonight in a nearly hour-long speech, which, by the way, that's what happens when you have so much good things to talk about, and he's gotten so much done. We're going to pass the torch now. We've talked about his accomplishments. He's setting the stage, and the rest of the week I'm excited to talk about what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's vision will be for the country and for the American people.
Yeah, you know, he said this was probably the best thing he's ever done in his career, is to get Kamala Harris on his ticket. He talked about democracy and how democracy must prevail. He said that he's going to be the best volunteer Harris and Walz has ever seen. But you have to think, just weeks ago, he thought he was going to be the nominee. Talk about how difficult that had to have been for him to come up on stage, not only be passing along the torch, but it's kind of a realization that, you know, things are changing in his life, for his family. He's moving on after this.
Well, you know, President Biden said it himself just a couple of weeks ago that he never would have picked Kamala Harris, then a senator, as his vice president if he didn't think that Kamala Harris could be president someday. That someday is here. Just like Secretary Clinton said tonight, she is the future, and the future is here. Sure, this is a very emotional time. There are still many people, many supporters of President Biden who love him, who believe in him, who maybe didn't want him to step down. But we are moving forward with a very optimistic, hopeful vision for the country, and we are doing it proudly. We are doing it with so much excitement and enthusiasm, with Vice President Harris and Governor Walz at the top of this ticket.
Yeah, and we'll get to Hillary Clinton coming out in just a second, but the surprise of the night, Kamala Harris,
yes,
the woman of the week. Talk about that. I mean, we were here. We saw the shock on people's faces as she came out. People were expecting to see her on Thursday, but she came out just to kind of thank everyone, right?
Yeah, we love an unpredictable moment. It made for such an unscripted moment here on the first night of the Democratic Convention, and it reminded me of something that happened back in 2016 when President Obama was giving sort of his big final speech at the convention, and then Hillary Clinton surprised America and the people there and came out on stage. And so I think it accomplishes two things. I think it speaks to that passing of the baton, and now we have closed the door here on President Biden's portion of the night, and we look forward to what we're going to be talking about in terms of Kamala Harris and over the next couple of nights.
Yeah, we talked about Hillary Clinton coming out. She kind of gave a history. She said, you know, we stand on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm, and she was the first black woman to run for president. I believe the first female to run for president. You know, we've come so far. It's hard to believe that this is where we are. And, you know, in some ways it's bittersweet for Hillary Clinton as well, because she stood on this same stage back in 2016. What does this say about where we are right now?
You know, Hillary Clinton put 81 million cracks into that highest, hardest glass ceiling, and Kamala Harris is going to be the one to finally shatter it once and for all. There was so much symbolism, just like kind of having President Biden go on the first night, and we're passing the torch to the next generation, to the future of the Democratic Party. There was something to be said about having Hillary Clinton go on the first night of the Democratic Convention. She is reminding America, and her campaign, while she didn't win, it reminded America that having a woman run for the highest office in the land, the most powerful position in the free world, really isn't that strange. She sort of normalized having a woman there. And now we've had, you know, 8 years of insanity with Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris is going to be the one to finally break that high glass ceiling.
All right, well, let's take a listen into what Hillary Clinton had to say earlier tonight. Let's listen in.
We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we've put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all.
Yeah, and she went on to say the future is here. So many times she said, we want it to be boring for a woman to be the nominee.
That's right.
You know, we don't want it to be a big thing, because it shows us that we have moved far enough that, you know, this is just a glass ceiling. We've broken it. Now let's get to the work. Talk about the work that this administration has ahead of them if they are able to solidify the presidential nomination.
I think so much about what Hillary was saying there was that, yes, Kamala Harris's candidacy is historic for so many important reasons. She's the first black woman to be in this position, the first woman of South Asian descent to be in this position, but it's also about the contrast, and that speaks to the vision here. We are talking about the Democratic Party led by Vice President Harris and Governor Walz, talking about more freedom, more opportunity, more economic opportunity, justice, more rights for everybody. She wants to lift up people. She always says that the true mark of a leader is not who you tear down, it is who you lift up. And you contrast that with the other side of Donald Trump and the hatred, the extremism, the division, saying he's proud to have taken away rights that people in this country have had for 50 years. And so that is the message, that is the contrast that I think you're going to hear not only the remaining couple of days here in Chicago, but really the final sprint here after we leave the next 80 or so days until Election Day.
One of the issues at the forefront is reproductive rights. Hillary Clinton, she got up on stage, she gave us a little bit of a history lesson. She talked about the women's suffrage movement, but she also talked about how women, they are in the fight for their lives, is how she put it, when it comes to their reproductive rights. How do you think reproductive rights kind of falls into what voters care about? Why do you think voters will go to the polls? We've seen that in certain cases in the primary election. They've gone to the polls because of this reasoning. How does this play into what's going on right now? Kamala Harris has been on the campaign trail. She has been talking about this. This is one of the things she's championed.
Well, it is no accident that that issue, that very important issue for millions of women, was front and center here with those very heartbreaking vignettes of those families who have made terrible decisions. It's going to be a huge issue, and there's a mountain of evidence that show it is a losing issue for Republicans in red states, purple states, blue states, all across this country. Ever since Donald Trump put those Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court that overturned Roe and took rights away from millions of women, we have seen that people actually like the freedom to make their own personal health care decisions without government interference, and it's going to be the same case in November.
Democratic strategist Jacob Long, thank you so much for joining us here on Local News Live. And we're going to continue our coverage of the DNC all throughout the week, so be sure to stick with us. Tomorrow, you're going to hear from Barack and Michelle Obama, the former president and former first lady. You'll also hear from Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. Here we are in his state, as well as Doug Imhoff, the second gentleman. And I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio, Graham and Camila.
Rashida, thank you so much. Thanks for taking us inside the DNC, inside Chicago. What a night one it was, especially President Biden's speech there, almost an hour long.
Yeah, President Biden obviously really relishing in that moment. You could tell how confident he was, how happy he was to be there. But quite a moment in American history to see President Biden passing on the torch here to Kamala Harris, and really did set the stage for a full week of programming here to come from the Democrats as they try to get their message out there and really build up the excitement and unify the party.
Yes, we have 3 days to go of the DNC. Tomorrow's theme, a bold vision for America's future. And we're going to have that starting at 8 p.m. Eastern right here on LNL. Thanks for joining us.
This week, Milwaukee takes center stage for the Republican National Convention. And Local News Live will bring national and local coverage on every screen.
The race for the White House kicks into high gear this week.
With the issues that matter to you.
Could be a game changer in the 2024 campaign.
And breaking news from the convention floor. Election 2024.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, when you call 911, you expect someone to pick up right away. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Our investigation reveals some of those calls are going unanswered.
Hold on. What's going on?
My husband, I think he's dead.
An in-depth look at 911 wait times and why the delays are growing during life's most critical moments.
These are the people that are supposed to help save you, and they're just not available.
Plus, this boy's first birthday.
Happy birthday, dear Milan.
Is unlike many others. A couple's decades-long battle with infertility and the procedure that helped produce their miracle.
And he's known for capturing the world's biggest stars.
It's very impressive being photographed by Mr. Senate.
Why this project is one photographer's most personal. In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus.
What's your emergency?
People hope they never have to call 911. If they do, they expect help immediately. But that's not what's happening in certain cases across the country.
Some people are dialing the emergency line only to be left on hold.
Investigative reporter Kristen Crowley takes a closer look at the failures of 911 and what's being done to fix it.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
Oh my God, 114.
If the woman making this 911 call sounds frustrated.
Okay, hold on. What's going on?
My husband, I think he's dead on the floor.
It's because she is.
These are the people that are supposed to help save you, and they're just not available.
Her husband, Robert Van Pelt, who had a known heart condition, wasn't breathing.
And I looked down and saw him on the floor and screamed at her immediately, call 911.
Their daughter, Morgan, called for help.
What happened when you called 911?
It put me on a hold where it was like, someone will be with you shortly. Please don't hang up. I was like, I can't believe they just put me on hold.
A recording.
Please do not hang up.
Not a person.
This is the 911 emergency line.
Answered her 911 call.
I told her to hang up and try again. I thought, well, maybe she got cut somewhere, weird Twilight loop or something.
You thought
know?
it was a mistake?
Yeah.
It wasn't a mistake.
Please do not hang up.
They heard the same message again.
What did you think when you heard that recording on 911?
Oh my gosh. I didn't even know it was possible to get a recording.
911, in my opinion, shouldn't have any weight.
That's Portland's Bureau of Emergency Communications Director Bob Kazi, who says in 2018, most of its calls were answered within about 10 seconds. Today, the average wait time is 50 seconds, an issue he says started in 2021 as the pandemic and protests led to increased call volume and staff burnout. Portland 911 communications records say from the time Robert's family made their first call to the time a dispatcher picked up, it was about 3.5 minutes. But 911 calls should be answered in seconds.
It's very important that call processing times are minimal.
NENA, the National Emergency Number Association, sets this standard. 90% of 911 calls answered within 15 seconds. 95% should be answered within 20 seconds. April Hines works for NENA and says some centers reach that benchmark. It just doesn't know how many.
911 in general is considered a local entity. There is no federal entity that tracks those numbers.
But there's evidence this is a problem. The examples come from everywhere.
I thought, it can't be busy because it's 911, They're not supposed to ever be busy.
I tried for probably over 30 minutes to get a 911 operator.
When you're on hold and when you can't get through for 30, 40 minutes an hour and somebody's literally dying.
In St. Louis, this woman died waiting for help after a tree fell on top of her and her car. The city said a dangerous storm led to a surge of 911 calls that was difficult to keep up with. But over in Kansas City, Missouri, in Quentin Lucas's case,
it was a weekday, middle of the day. This was not Saturday night.
Lucas nearly lost his mother.
My mother collapses in the front yard. My sister finds her and does what every person's been trained to do. She calls 911 and she gets a message saying, "You've called 911, please hold, please don't hang up."
This issue has been a constant problem.
News of their roughly 4-minute hold time made headlines.
Terrifying and unacceptable.
Because Lucas isn't just any Kansas City resident.
All right, Jazzy, we did.
Quentin Lucas is the mayor.
Maybe there was fate that made it so the mayor's mother was one who was implicated. And fortunately, she's alive today. But I am going to make sure not only that we come to a quick solution in Kansas City, but that hopefully for every other American city, we are the template of how we do better.
After our interview, Kansas City approved a $1.5 million upgrade to its 911 system. It's also looking to take over operations instead of using the regional system that runs it now. But infrastructure and management are just one piece of 911's problems.
The vast majority of the time you start to see these long hold times is due to staffing shortages.
911.gov says a survey of 48 states found more than half of 911 centers face a staffing crisis in every region, in every state surveyed. That's part of the issue in Portland, where it had 25 vacancies toward the end of 2023.
Hi, this is Charlotte 911.
Recently, with the help of higher salaries, hiring bonuses, and part-time options, Charlotte Police increased its telecommunications staffing from 105 in 2022 to 131 in 2023. Since then, the percentage of 911 calls answered within 10 seconds jumped from 67% to 72%.
When people are in a community where they are experiencing long hold times waiting for 911, what's the solution for that?
The agency having jurisdiction that funds the 911 center, and you need to let them know that this is a problem. They are going to have to make the choices on how they're going to staff, if they're going to staff more, have more staffing.
Changes that come too late for Candace and Morgan.
I never thought I would have seen my dad die, especially at such a young age.
Robert, they said, likely died before they even got a chance to call 911. But they wish they didn't have to wonder, what if? And they hope no one else has to go through that.
The point is that no matter the situation, like, we should be able to call 911 and then pick up the phone.
Another effort some states are taking to try and reduce hold times is upgrading 911 to a system called Next Generation 911. It's a digital system, unlike the older analog one, that can also get text messages, photos, and videos. Oregon is one of those states trying to make the transition to that system.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
Portland is piloting new artificial intelligence to its non-emergency dispatch line. The program comes as the city's 911 bureau says calls have increased 40% since 2018.
Our staff is looking forward to it because a lot of the burden that they face is recognizing the number of calls that are waiting in the queue. They can see it. That's frustrating to them because they don't get a break between calls.
The technology determines if people calling the non-emergency line actually need to be connected to a dispatcher or get transferred to a different service in the city.
Still ahead on Investigate TV Plus, you've heard of recycling bottles and cans, but what about food?
You have to take your trash out less. Like, I never empty my trash can because all my compost is like already outside and it doesn't stink.
We examine the movement to reduce food waste.
Plus, it's a growing solution for couples facing infertility.
My old boss, her son and daughter-in-law were going through IVF, and on their documents it said, if you are finished building your family and you have leftover embryos, what do you want done with them?
An in-depth look at embryo adoption and one couple's years-long journey to complete their family.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Typically, babies are born 9 months after they're conceived.
But a baby adopted as an embryo just celebrated his first birthday 10 years after conception. According to a study from Emory University between 2004 and 2019, more than 21,000 frozen embryos were donated in the U.S., resulting in more than 8,400 live births. The National Embryo Donation Center says it's an option for couples struggling to conceive and can be a less expensive alternative to in vitro fertilization or IVF. That's where the journey started for this couple in Wisconsin.
Reporter Lee Mill shows us how their battle with infertility led them to a different kind of adoption.
Happy birthday to you.
Meet the birthday boy, Milan Batnich III.
Happy birthday, dear Milan.
A first birthday parents Milan and Sarah dreamed about, but feared would not be their reality after nearly 20 years of struggling with infertility.
It was a little heartbreaking, yeah. Yeah.
It was. So we found out in 2015 that I couldn't have children, but Sarah could. And then Sarah made the decision that if it couldn't be from a part of both of us, she didn't want it to be part of neither of us.
With both natural birth and in vitro fertilization deemed impossible, their next option was adoption, until they learned of a different take on the idea.
My old boss, her son and daughter-in-law were going through IVF, and on their documents, it said if you are done finished building your family and you have leftover embryos, what do you want done with them?
So these extra embryos, the fate of which patients struggled with, what could we do with those? Your choices are to come back and use them, which we would prefer, to donate them for medical research and destroy them, just destroy them outright, or to donate to another couple.
Dr. John David Gordon has worked in fertility for 20 years, most recently as the medical director of Southeastern Fertility and National Embryo Donation Center physician. Conservative estimates show there are more than 1 million frozen embryos in storage right now in the United States, though most are expected to be used by the parents who created them for IVF. The NEDC was created 20 years ago in 2003 to pair those leftover embryos from clinics across the country with families looking to adopt. Dr. Gordon calls it a rescue mission.
They really wanted to make sure that this did not become sort of embryo free-for-all, right, where embryos are sort of bought, sold, and traded on the internet.
Dr. Gordon estimates doctors perform 300,000 IVF procedures in the country each year. Of those, around 3,000, or 1%, use donated, adopted embryos. It's a small subset, but NIH data show embryo donation is growing in popularity. From 2004 to 2019, the number of donated embryo transfers each year in the U.S. has nearly quadrupled, from 666 to nearly 2,500 in 2019. The center is currently storing 3,000 frozen embryos that are available to adopt right now.
We want the embryos to get placed wherever they are, but they are here and they are waiting, and we certainly have a system that seems to work, as we are now approaching 1,500 babies, which is more than any other clinic in the world in terms of embryo donation.
They work with couples from across the country.
Is this transfer day?
That's
transfer day, yeah.
Couples like the Batiniches.
They said the ring around, it was more viable. So I don't know, maybe this was him.
So 2/22 of 2022, at 2:22 in the afternoon Eastern, they transferred 3 embryos into Sarah, and here's one of them.
Laughter at the end of an almost 20-year journey with infertility.
When he was born, she's like, all right, Dad, like, take a look at your son. And when I stood up and saw him, it was just unbelievable. I couldn't believe, like, it was real.
We just love him. Yeah, we soak him up. Happy birthday to you. There you go, buddy.
For resources on embryo adoption, head to the National Embryo Donation Center's website at embryodonation.org. The organization says it's assisted in over 1,100 live births from donations.
Still ahead, people with a debilitating disease determined to destigmatize it.
And all because you have a memory disorder doesn't mean that you're a vegetable.
How a photographer is capturing moments in the hope memories won't be erased.
Plus, he's on a mission to end food waste. How this farmer is giving unwanted scraps a second life in soil.
This model of food waste collection, where household food waste goes back to the farm where they can then buy produce, is the way to drive success in the local food system.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Taking out the trash in a more sustainable way.
There's a paper bag. There's some banana peels, tons of eggshells.
More people are composting. The EPA says it's a process that converts organic food scraps into nutrient-rich soil or mulch through decomposition.
When we send food to the landfills in the garbage, that food rots and decomposes, and it releases methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas.
According to 2 world environmental groups, composting is one of the best options for managing organic waste while reducing environmental impacts.
It creates a soil amendment right in your own backyard. You can add it to your garden in the spring and grow new vegetables from there.
Many communities like Nashville offer composting collection services in addition to other waste collection.
This is really easy. They're going to come pick it up from your front porch. Literally, you just put it out like you have to put out your trash.
It's not just Portland and Nashville. Programs aimed at reducing food waste are becoming a priority across the country.
Reporter Casey Torres shows us how an Arizona man is bringing the mission to the 21st century.
This big pile of compost is not a pretty sight for most people, and the smell only invites flies. But Phoenix farmer J.D. Hill loves this stuff.
It retains water, adds nutrients back to the soil.
It's why he started his food composting pickup service in Phoenix, our city, years ago. He picks up bins full of food scraps from nearly 4,000 homes across the valley every week to repurpose as fertilizer on his farm.
This model of food waste collection, where household food waste goes back to the farm where they can then buy produce, is the way to drive success in the local food system.
Now he's stepping things up. Hill is the first farmer in the country to partner up with Mill Industries, a company aiming to eliminate carbon emissions resulting from food waste decomposition. The startup released its meal bin nationwide this year that not only turns food waste into fertilizer, but also grinds it into reusable food for animals. This is a 5-gallon bucket Hill's customers fill up with food scraps. He says the meal bin over here can fill up 5 times what this bucket holds because it grinds and dehydrates the food, turning it into a fine powder similar to coffee grounds.
Our number one goal is to support local farms. So as this thing grows from 3,500 to 10,000 to 100,000, we're going to be able to get a lot more farms and farmers involved.
If you'd like to compost the old-fashioned way, all you need are food scraps, dry leaves, a storage container, and a space outdoors. The EPA has a detailed guide on how to start at-home composting. You can also see if your city has a composting program similar to the city of Portland, where the city collects your food scraps and does the rest of the work.
Still ahead, shuttering a stigma. What inspired a celebrity photographer to start a new project for people with memory disorders?
You're really kind of informing the public that has this, that it's not all doom and gloom.
You can watch Investigate TV Plus anytime online. Just subscribe to our YouTube channel at Investigate TV. You can catch stories and full episodes.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my 3rd child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
You may not know his name, but there's a good chance you've seen his work.
And for 3 decades, from the 70s through the 90s, Mark Sennett was a celebrity photographer.
He's rubbed elbows with Richard Pryor, Mick Jagger, and the royal family, just to name a few.
Reporter Joshua Skinner shows us how he's taking on his most personal project yet.
Mark Sennett knows more about photography
That's right.
than most of us ever will.
My parents didn't want me to do this, but I did it anyway.
Proving Mom and Dad don't always know best.
Is there a person or an event or something that you photographed as in a celebrity that sticks out in your mind more than any of the others?
Steven Spielberg.
But his subject today is not a director or a rock star or a royal, but Dr. Seth Stern and his wife, part of a project Sennett is working on to photograph celebrities and non-celebrities alike.
It's very impressive being photographed by Mr. Sennett.
Stern suffers from frontotemporal dementia, a cognitive disease that affects speech, personality, and movement. There is no cure.
And all because you have a memory disorder doesn't mean that you're a vegetable.
The end goal of the project? A coffee table book destigmatizing cognitive disorders.
You're really kind of informing the public that has this, that it's not all doom and gloom.
And that's important because, you see, Senate suffers from Alzheimer's as well.
If you don't accept it, you're going to have a pretty lousy time.
So Senate and his daughter Lauren will spend the next year taking pictures and capturing moments that live beyond memory.
Yeah, it's been an interesting turn to my life, that's for sure.
A turn that includes more laughing, more memories, and living life in between snapshots.
I don't want to go through all that pain. I want to just do the best I can at the moment.
What a wonderful project, helping everyone involved, the photographer and the clients.
And what a career he has had, too. I mean, some of those pictures, but you know what? These may be more meaningful than anything he's done in the past, too.
Absolutely.
Very impressive. All right, that's it for us on Investigate TV Plus. I'm Lee Zer.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus, dreams of growing her family turned into a nightmare.
My time was diminishing. I mean, I had limited time to try to do these procedures.
She believes her insurance claims were repeatedly denied by a computer instead of a doctor, and we uncover how it could be happening to thousands of other patients.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
This week, Chicago takes center stage for the Democratic National Convention, and Local News Live will bring national and local coverage on every screen.
Will the new ticket have enough time and momentum to beat former President Donald Trump?
With the issues that matter to you.
The expectation is that focus will turn to the issues.
And breaking news from the convention floor. Election 2024, the DNC. Coverage begins this week on Local News Live.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves
by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
How would you describe Courtney?
Evil. An evil monster.
Without a doubt, my life will never be the same.
He's probably saying that he didn't actually murder somebody, but he did, whether he wants to admit it or not.
I respectfully decline to answer pursuant to my Fifth Amendment right.
What more of a heinous criminal act can you have than depriving somebody of the medicine that they need to stay alive? It's like slowly strangling a person to death.
How's Robert holding up?
And it was over 4,200 patients and more than 98,000 prescriptions.
When you explain to people how your dad died, what do you say? Do you say it's the cancer?
Cancer didn't kill him. Robert Courtney killed him.
He probably has done more harm with a medical jacket on than anybody I know.
He wants to get out because of good behavior. He made the decision to dilute medication.
Why can't he just serve his time?
Pharmacist Robert Courtney pleads guilty to diluting cancer.
We have serial killers that people can understand. I mean, that's what this man is. He was a serial killer. He did it for money. He did it for greed.
How could you let this man go home?
Kansas City is America's heartland. The self-proclaimed City of Fountains. It's a city with pride and soul. But there's also another side.
Shots fired.
We hear gunfire around here all the time.
Pointing a gun at people in the drive-thru.
A side with violence and hurt.
One homicide is too many. So am I happy with where we are? Absolutely not.
Kansas City's murder rate is one of the highest in the nation.
Gun violence needs to stop. You know, no one has the right to take a life of another person.
So if any city can tell you about violence and pain, maybe it's Kansas City.
Some way we got to stop this.
There is one crime that haunts thousands of families across this city, and it may make you rethink how you define violence. It involves a man in a white jacket. No gun or knife was involved. Thousands of families will tell you what he did is Kansas City's most sinister crime. Robert Courtney was sentenced to 30 years in federal prison, and now he's walking out.
Okay, thank you for doing this.
You're welcome.
Okay, are we set? Tell me about your mom.
Okay, so my mom's name is Sherry Carrot.
Santana Cummings wonders what life could have been like if her mother's cancer medication was mixed by a different pharmacist.
That really kind of messes with you, messes with your head, because you have the what ifs start creeping in. Like, my life would be so different if she would have, maybe got those, treatments and they would have been the full dose. Maybe she would be here today.
Sherry was diagnosed with cancer when she was just 32 years old. She died 1 year later.
In that year span, I watched her go from, a full-figured woman to a skeleton. Her eyes were sunken. She was tired all the time. I was 11, and I did watch her, die in front of me. And that was traumatic all on its own.
What happened to Santana's mother came into focus through an FBI investigation. It revealed Robert Courtney diluted life-saving medications for money.
He picked the perfect crime. He took advantage of them while they were sick. And I feel like he would go in and look these people in the eyes. He would speak to them while they're getting an IV drip with diluted medication. You knew exactly what you were doing to these people, and you were looking them in their eyes like, you're a monster.
Maybe Santana's life could have been different. Maybe her mother could have met her grandkids in person. Maybe this is Robert Courtney's legacy.
I'm one of thousands of people that feel this way. There are so many families that have been impacted, and I'm just like, how could you let this man go home? Especially when, none of these people that were his victims, some of them are never coming home. A lot of them never came home. So it's pretty awful.
Let's go back to the mid-90s. A new cancer medication hit the market. It was called Gemzar. A local executive switched companies to sell it.
Okay, I'm Daryl Ashley. I'm retired from Lilly. At the time, I was a senior executive representative for the oncology business unit for Eli Lilly.
And so you interfaced and worked with doctors and nurses of cancer patients, correct?
Yes.
Gemzar works by killing any cells that are dividing, and cancer cells divide rapidly. Gemzar can be used alone or as part of a combination therapeutic. It was a treatment for cancers that had no hope.
It still wasn't a cure, but it gave people time and good time, and that's why I wanted to be a part of that drug.
Gemzar promised fewer side effects. It's something Daryl Ashley would ask about in the doctor's office.
And my question was, what did they have before? How did they tolerate it? How are they tolerating it now with Gemzar? And what are you using with Gemzar?
Daryl Ashley says the nurses and patients reported they were tolerating it well, just like all the prior treatments. And that didn't make sense.
I knew that you were supposed to lose your hair, not just a thinning, but you're supposed to lose your hair. They're supposed to get sick. That's how some of these new antiemetics were developed and designed specifically for that drug. And no one was getting sick. Both of those always stuck in the back of my mind.
The results were too good to be true. And then there was something else.
The nurse would say, you should be excited because we're using so much of your drug.
But the numbers didn't add up, and the price was amazing. It looked like Courtney was giving patients such a deal, he was actually losing money.
We're selling the drug for $73 a vial, and he's charging you $63 per vial, and he's providing the tubing, the saline, that includes everything. It's like, there's something wrong here.
So what was going on inside Research Tower?
I started then, what if? What if what everybody's saying is true?
He eventually voiced his suspicions to nurses inside Dr. Verda Hunter's oncology office.
And I said, guys, based on what you're telling me and the information I'm getting from my company, he may be diluting. I said, this is only speculation, but you know, lack of toxicities, the price, everything, he may be diluting.
If Ashley was right, something was deadly wrong. If he's wrong, he just hurt an innocent man's career.
So then that night, Dr. Hunter called I have a home office, called me and said, what did you tell my nurses? And I repeated everything. And there was dead silence on the phone. She said, okay, thank you.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Here's what happened next. Daryl Ashley's hunch was taken seriously. Dr. Verda Hunter does her own investigation. She gets samples tested. It's not what she ordered. They appear to be diluted. She goes to the FBI.
I really didn't think that this was something that was done intentionally.
Melissa Osborne is a retired FBI special agent. She's also a pharmacist and provided key strategy in the Robert Courtney investigation.
I thought that this could have been an error on the pharmacist or a mistake.
The FBI set up a sting. Osborne and the team had Dr. Hunter reach out to get more medicine. Up until this moment, Dr. Hunter stopped using Robert Courtney after that phone call with Daryl Ashley.
We were able to place an order for fictitious patients for these medications, and we flew them directly to the FDA lab to be tested within 24 hours. When we got it 24 hours later, all of the covert purchases had anywhere from, I think, about around 28-30% down to almost 0%, just a mere trace, basically nothing. And what I can tell you, that was a really OMG moment, because at that time we knew, like, somebody's doing this, and they're doing it intentionally.
Robert Courtney's pharmacy at Research Tower was raided and shut down. The case became public.
It wasn't for a doctor named Verda Hunter. She talked to the salesman from Eli Lilly.
That August 23rd indictment accused Courtney of intentionally and fraudulently diluting those two drugs here on 14 separate occasions.
State inspectors are inside right now giving it a thorough going over.
Suddenly, families across Kansas City realized they might be connected to the case everyone was talking about.
Well, pissed off. I mean, here I have a young daughter who passed away at 23, who had got past cancer once, was willing to do whatever it took to be alive and go forward, and to find out that maybe somebody decided on their own not to give her the chance that she was willing to fight for money. I mean, how much different is it than just walking up to a gun and shooting her?
Osborne was asked to personally go to Washington, D.C. to explain the investigation. And on that day, the world changed.
I was in Washington, D.C. with my boss and the special agent in charge of the Kansas City office when everything broke loose on 9/11. Because at that time, before those planes hit the Pentagon and the Twin Towers, the Robert Courtney case was the #1 case in investigation for the FBI.
That's why the Robert Courtney case faded quickly from national headlines. But in Kansas City, it was a media frenzy.
How's Robert holding up?
If anything comes out from this continuing investigation...
Do you have any comments about this plea agreement?
When you heard Mr. Courtney say what he said, what went through your head?
As local journalists uncovered who could do this, it was stunning.
It's like he's playing God, you know, he is just trying to make some money, but at the expense of so many lives.
All of Kansas City suddenly learned about a quiet pharmacist named Robert Courtney. He graduated from UMKC in 1975. He was a deacon in his Northland church, the son of a preacher, a trusted professional with community ties, married with children, a family man. He lived in a nice, quiet house in the suburbs. He looked picture perfect.
Who do we trust? Nobody. Can't trust the pharmacy, you might as well. I hope he'll have a long life of intense agony without any medication. Nasty me, but nasty, nasty him.
This is Frank Carey from the FBI in Kansas City, 816.
The FBI set up a hotline for patients and doctors. It was a public health crisis and criminal investigation all at once. Thousands of patients had no answers. What did they get? The FBI named the investigation Diluted Trust. Old news footage documents Courtney being shuttled from prison to court hearings in a dark SUV. No cameras are allowed in federal courtrooms, so Kansas City watched the case unfold through court sketches. And then a plea deal.
Mr. Courtney and his corporation have now pleaded guilty to all 20 felony counts that were contained in the federal grand jury indictment last August.
It was 30 years, but explained as much more.
Mr. Courtney, as he said in court, is now 49 years old. He will effectively have a life sentence to serve.
Or so they thought. In hindsight, we now know it's no life sentence. Courtney is walking out of prison after 22 years. And we'll get back to that.
The guy's a heinous killer.
Old footage shows families were outraged.
Oh, shocking, just to think, you know, that we didn't even have a chance, that he robbed us. And it's just unbelievable.
They had the man for 180 years to begin with, and then they started this flea bargain. Now, it's not nice to bury my wife every time this thing comes up. But it just brings back too many memories.
Courtney's plea deal came with a catch. He had to admit everything, every medication he diluted. It was bigger than anyone ever suspected.
He really never thought that he would be caught. I think his only remorse was that he was caught.
Remember, Melissa Osborne is also a pharmacist, so she was in charge of questioning Courtney. They wanted to know what was diluted and why.
As we continued to interview Robert Courtney, he initially admitted that he had diluted these medications for a small number of patients for several months because he had made a pledge to his church for $1 million, and he also had a very high tax bill and he needed a little bit of extra money. Well, you know, when we hear that, we're like, there's no way somebody goes from doing things the right way to all of a sudden doing them the wrong way. So we do keep interviewing him. He continues to have polygraphs, and as we keep going at him, it gets farther and farther away. He'd been doing it longer and longer, because we knew there was just no way you just did it this one time and that was it. It was too elaborate and too heinous.
Federal investigators never learned who got half doses or maybe nothing at all. Courtney didn't keep records. For patients, their medicine remained a mystery. Other agents followed the money. Courtney's bank accounts and investments revealed $19 million. In 2024, that would be the equivalent of $33 million. Confirmation of how many drugs were diluted and how long this scheme lasted.
We're looking at greed because there's a lot of money involved in these medications, and he agreed with that. But then there were some medications that he actually tampered with that were like $5.
In the end, Courtney admitted to diluting 72 medications for over 4,200 patients, affecting more than 98,000 prescriptions. It wasn't just cancer medication. It was prescriptions for fertility treatments, diabetes, AIDS, even eye drops.
It was gut-wrenching work, but I'm glad we stopped him, and I do believe that it was a real public safety issue.
Osborne went through a spreadsheet of every drug Courtney filled. Did he remember the first time he diluted that medication? Did he remember the last time? Most of the time, Courtney couldn't remember details because it was just business as usual diluting a patient's medicine. But one time he did, because Courtney didn't just dilute the medicine of strangers, he did it to people he personally knew.
And he goes, yes. And he basically, and we were like, okay, why? He says, oh, because it was for the wife of a friend of mine. Well, he didn't have any reaction, but all of us around the table, including his attorneys, it was almost like the blood just went out of their face, and you know, we all just got sick from it. He did not really react at all.
Osborne says Courtney's demeanor never changed as days rolled by.
And even when he's in the orange jumpsuit in Lansing prison, he still exuded an arrogance. It wasn't like, you know, you would think that when you're caught like this, you would almost shrivel in upon yourself. No, he wasn't like that at all. And when I looked him in the eye, and the whole time that I was spent time with him, I saw a monster. That's what I saw.
Yeah, Michael Ketchmark.
Attorney Mike Ketchmark also interviewed Courtney in prison. It was for a civil deposition. It's one of the odder stories we heard about Robert Courtney.
I met him, and he's in handcuffs, and he's in the prison cell. Some lawsuits in there.
Ketchmark, shown here in old video, represented hundreds of families in civil cases where they sued Robert Courtney for injuries and wrongful death. Courtney actually asked Ketchmark for a small favor.
And I walked in, and he smiled at me and asked me if there's any way I could consider getting him a Coke, a Coca-Cola. And I was stunned. And I started asking him questions, and he said, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth. Wouldn't answer any questions, and when I got up to leave, he said, hey, nothing personal, because I'm just doing what my lawyers told me. And it was a level of creepiness to it.
What did you think of Robert Courtney?
I tried not to think a lot about him because he was so evil and was such an evil person. He's a sociopath, he's a psychopath. And it scared me to think that there's people like him who exist in our world.
Ketchmark remembers all the families he represented. Georgia Hayes is one of them. Her case is the only one that went to trial.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Something is not right. In October of 2002, Georgia Hayes went to trial.
Georgia Hayes doesn't need the hope and prayers from Courtney's defense lawyer. She needed her 27 doses of chemotherapy when she was fighting for her life.
Georgia was a mother and wife. She had cancer. Her doctor was Verda Hunter. Her pharmacist was Robert Courtney.
Without a doubt, my life will never be the same.
Georgia was front and center as hundreds of patients sued Robert Courtney and pharmaceutical companies for injury and wrongful death.
New details tonight in the federal case against pharmacist Robert Courtney.
My husband and I were watching TV, and there was a little blurb about a pharmacist who had diluted chemotherapy drugs. And when they told the story, it hit me. I had to have been one of those patients, because all of a sudden everything that had happened in the past year was explained. And it was truly worse than finding out you have cancer. It's like being hit in the stomach with a bowling ball.
And that was the same feeling for hundreds, even thousands of families across Kansas City. They believed Robert Courtney diluted their medication. They questioned if cancer outcomes could have been different. By 2002, some patients had died from cancer, where treatments didn't work. But remember, Courtney didn't keep records, so no one knew for sure. Georgia Hayes had some proof. You see, Georgia never got sick or had major side effects when Robert Courtney mixed her medicine. But one time, Georgia had her chemotherapy treatment somewhere else. It was a county hospital in Harrisonville, Missouri. Georgia suddenly lost her hair.
It was falling out in the sink as I was washing my hair in clumps, and I remember a nurse walking in a little startled, seeing all this hair everywhere, and I remember telling her that she shouldn't drink the water.
Georgia testified in court about openly questioning doctors.
And I was afraid, as I was calling them, I was afraid to accuse someone of not giving me enough chemo, so I erred on the side of caution and said, did the hospital give me too much chemo? But my husband and I had discussed, something is not right.
The trial included gut-wrenching testimony from medical experts.
Did Robert Courtney's dilution of these drugs keep Georgia Hayes from receiving proper treatment for her cancer?
Yes.
Doctors explained Georgia likely missed her best chance to beat cancer. It had spread.
To this day, and probably forever, will wonder, what if I'd gotten what I should have gotten?
The trial included testimony of patients too sick to testify in person. One patient had treatments side by side with Georgia. The women clearly became friends and discussed the impact of watered-down medication.
My daughter is older, and she has at least lived an entire life with me. I've gotten to raise her. Georgia's daughter is still in high school, and there's an awful lot of living she hasn't taught her about.
Georgia's teenage daughter, Mackenzie, took the stand too. She talked about the moments her mom would likely miss.
To see me graduate, get married, have a kid.
Georgia won a $2.2 billion verdict.
As the judge read the juror's decision, Georgia Hayes hugged her attorneys.
As she left the courtroom, every juror gave her a hug.
We've said, $2 billion that her life is worth? Yeah, it is, and it probably is more.
The verdict was largely symbolic because the federal government had seized Courtney's assets. Georgia knew that. She openly said her victory was never about the money.
Though we'll probably never see a dime from the verdict, I am ecstatic that justice has prevailed and the precedent is set for this to never happen to anyone else again.
Georgia died a few years after the trial. She did make it to Mackenzie's graduation, but missed the other big moments in her life. Mackenzie recently shared these thoughts in writing. I had a lot of difficulty wrapping my head around how this could happen, how someone could value money over a human life. I remember believing that my mother had been murdered when she was still alive. Courtney's ultimate judgment will come. I'm only asking that what was ordered be carried out in its entirety. Mackenzie and other families have been down this road twice, learning Robert Courtney will be released from prison early. The first notification came in 2020. In July 2020, cities across the country were largely shut down because of COVID-19. Everyone was looking for solutions on how to socially distance people. Workers, students, even prisoners. The Bureau of Prisons wanted to release nonviolent offenders and those perceived to be low risk. Robert Courtney made the list.
Good heavens. How could he not be a danger?
Even in the middle of a global pandemic, Marge Vermillion invited us in her home to talk about her husband, Byron. Byron was a dressmaker. He had just retired when he learned he had lung cancer. Even worse, Robert Courtney was his pharmacist.
Is he finished with his murdering? No, I look at him as a very dangerous person, and the 30 years I thought was a gift to him. He should have spent the rest of his life in prison.
A firestorm erupted on social media as the public became aware.
Are you kidding? He's a monster.
The guy is pretty much a serial killer.
Let's just go ahead and let all the mass murderers out because of COVID. But by God, those kids better be in school come fall. Social distancing and disinfecting is good enough for our children, but not for murderers?
Others questioned if perhaps Robert Courtney's privilege was showing.
It pays to be white,
rich, and have good friends no matter the crime.
Even Kansas City's mayor, Quentin Lucas, questioned it on Twitter.
I can only imagine the difference between Robert Courtney and the thousands locked up for drug offenses, still serving almost full sentences. Embarrassing. Courtney misled 4,000 plus sick and dying cancer patients and profited in the millions. Sad how humane we are, only to some.
At the last minute, public outrage and pressure from politicians worked. The release was blocked. Robert Courtney has also directly appealed to a judge to release him. He actually represented himself in court and filed this paperwork, so these are his unfiltered words and thoughts. Courtney argues he's changed. He's now reformed, and because of that, 30 years is now too long. On the first page, he quotes a Bible scripture and Abraham Lincoln about the importance of mercy. Courtney acknowledged his crimes, but argued he's older and no longer a risk. He's had health problems, a stroke, 3 heart attacks, and suffers from internal bleeding. He's also had cancer. He points out he's been a good inmate and even turned fellow prisoners in who broke the rules. Courtney writes about leading singing and worship inside the prison chapel. There's also another really important piece in this letter. Courtney encouraged a judge to look at the newly passed First Step Act. It allows the early release of inmates. That will become important later. The judge denied the motion. For families, it was over. Robert Courtney remained in prison, now in Littleton, Colorado, serving a 30-year sentence they never fully agreed with. But he wasn't being let out for compassion or good behavior. And by this point, Kansas City knows it's not just 34 patients who received diluted medicine. It's more than 4,000 people. Years roll by. Then fast forward to 2024 when the Bureau of Prisons notifies victims' families of 2 new decisions. The first is that Courtney has been approved to go to a halfway house in Springfield, Missouri. The second was even worse. Courtney was granted home confinement. When families push for an explanation, they are told it's due to the First Step Act. That's the same act Courtney wrote about years ago.
Why can't he just serve his time? Why is he being allowed to participate in the First Step Act?
The First Step Act is a relatively new criminal reform bill. It allows federal inmates to earn time credits for good behavior. But there's a catch. The law says some prisoners won't be eligible if they are convicted of violent crimes. But that's not the case with Robert Courtney's 20 convictions: tampering with consumer products, adulterating drugs, and mislabeling drugs.
Do you think it's appropriate for him to get out under the First Steps Act?
No, he should not be released on the First Step Act.
Missouri Representative Emanuel Cleaver was a strong supporter of the First Step Act. So was every Missouri and Kansas senator and representative. They all voted yes. It was signed into law by President Trump on December 20th, 2018.
And I still support that. If it came to a vote next week, I'd vote for it again. However, I'm not sure at all that I can put Mr. Courtney in the category of somebody who should benefit from the First Step Act. I just cannot accept that, and I can guarantee you that 95% of the men and women who voted for this would be with me on this issue.
The goal of the First Step Act is to address mass incarceration by releasing nonviolent prisoners early and to home confinement. On paper, Robert Courtney tampered with medicine.
But they don't see that the same as hitting somebody with a bat or stabbing somebody. And so I think that's where the common sense must come in. That's violence.
Families across Kansas City say what they experienced was a violent crime.
We shouldn't even be having, this discussion right now. He should be serving his full time in prison, if not facing murder charges.
When you explain to people how your dad died, what do you say? Do you say it's the cancer?
The cancer didn't kill him. Robert Courtney killed him.
Kat Duncan describes her dad, Harry Duncan, as a big teddy bear. He had cancer, but doctors were confident he would beat it.
It was so weird to see him get small,
time has not healed her family's wounds or softened her heart towards Robert Courtney.
I hate him, okay? I'm just gonna be honest, I hate him, you know? I know you're not supposed to, and I'm Catholic, I'm Christian, you know, but I hate him. And I know you're supposed to forgive people. You don't have to forget, but you can forgive. It's not gonna happen.
The family of Martha Nix also struggles with the idea of Robert Courtney being released early for good behavior. Here's granddaughter Mindy.
He wants to get out because of good behavior. He made the decision to dilute medication. He made that decision out of greed instead of thinking about people's lives.
Martha suffered from bone cancer. It was a slow and painful death.
Evil. An evil monster.
What do you think he should have been charged with?
He should have been charged with murder. I say that my grandma died because of Robert Courtney's heinous crime.
There's now a new push for murder charges.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
How did we get here to where you and I are now having this conversation?
I think it's one of the problems with our judicial system is that 30 years can seem like forever, right?
Attorney Mike Ketchmark says no one expected Robert Courtney to actually walk out of prison. It wasn't top of mind until now.
When he was sentenced, I think everyone had hoped that he would spend the rest of his life in jail, and it's really where he belongs. And as I talk to people about it, it's horrible for them. It has brought all of the pain and the anguish and the immense, I mean, you can't even imagine what these people are going through.
Ketchmark has high praise for federal investigators and prosecutors who solved this, and explains there was pressure to not just get a conviction, but get to the truth.
Let's remember that even if we had taken Mr. Courtney to trial and secured his convictions on all 20 counts, he could have gone to prison with his secrets.
He believes murder charges are still appropriate.
I'm calling upon the system to find a solution because he belongs in prison. I get it, it's putting a tremendous amount of pressure on the judicial system and a prosecutor's office to say charge him because they might not be able to convict him.
Almost everyone agrees some people died from what happened. After all, this affected more than 4,000 patients. But with murder, you need specific victims and go beyond reasonable doubt.
Well, let a jury decide that. Let a jury decide that. And because I can't imagine any jury who looking at the situation like this who's going to do anything other than realize what he did was he committed murder.
Courtney was convicted in federal court. There's an entirely different legal system that could address this case. Missouri state courts, specifically Jackson County, where Courtney diluted medicines like chemotherapy. There's no statute of limitations on murder charges. And it is something the FBI considered.
I know that a lot of people in Kansas City really didn't like that there was a plea agreement, and I totally understand. A lot of people wanted us to charge him with murder, which I wish we could have found a way. And I know the attorneys that worked the case brought in many, many experts. We evaluated that, and it would have been nearly impossible to meet the burden of proof of beyond a reasonable doubt for each and every patient.
The push for murder charges is back as families realize Courtney is leaving federal prison. Santana Cummings has started a Change.org petition to block Courtney's release. The comments reflect how painful Courtney's release will be for some families.
This man is the reason my grandfather died of lung cancer. No sentence is long enough for what he did. But early release from prison, even to a halfway house, is unfathomable.
I was a hospice nurse and had to care for some of his victims.
My friend Becky was a victim of this monster. She died so young and had 3 boys to raise. He needs to rot in prison.
Santana openly discusses her loss and what her mother must have gone through, a young mother with cancer.
It's heartbreaking, so I can only imagine, what was going through her mind. I feel like she fought as long and as hard as she could, and then she was gone.
Families tell stories of personally thanking Robert Courtney because they thought he was curing their loved ones. Today they know he wasn't, and they are left with disgust for Courtney and the system that's letting him out.
I think he should be sitting in a prison cell for the rest of his life. I think they should take pictures of every victim he hurt or killed and just line them up on the ceilings, on the walls, so he has to face all those people looking at him every day.
Kat Duncan keeps her father close. He's never far from her or her memories. Mindy Nix took us to visit her grandmother.
What do you think she would think of all of this with Courtney getting out?
She would be upset because she really believed in treating others fairly, and he did not treat others fairly. He was so centered on himself. She would have a very hard time with this.
Families hope for justice, but have faith in a higher power.
We aren't the ones that will judge him at the ultimate time that his time comes. So his judgment will come the day that he meets the Lord.
There are more than 4,000 families haunted by what Robert Courtney did. They'll never have answers to the biggest question in this case: would full doses of medicine have made a difference? This remains a crime investigators struggle to define. Did a man in a white jacket mislabel drugs? Or was this something else? Here in Kansas City, families will never forget Robert Courtney's legacy. The Heartland remains heartbroken.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
This week, Chicago takes center stage for the Democratic National Convention, and Local News Live will bring national and local coverage on every screen.
Will the new ticket have enough time and momentum to beat former President Donald Trump?
With the issues that matter to you.
The expectation is that focus will turn to the issues.
And breaking news from the convention floor. Election 2024, the DNC. Coverage begins this week on Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's no reason my son should be dead right now.
The drugs are getting worse.
People are poisoning our community. It's a traumatic event that these individuals are experiencing.
I have watched it destroy somebody's life.
I don't think he ever thought anything could affect him.
You know, it's not surprising that people can't stop using.
Some die and some don't.
We had over 344 overdoses. Not acceptable.
It's
difficult to watch that cycle repeat itself.
This is me, I was handcuffed.
I never thought there was so much fentanyl around here.
It's terrifying.
We have to combat what's going on. People are dying every day.
It's only going to get worse if we don't do something about it.
There's some gray areas there. It's not really open and shut.
There'll almost be a revolving door, so to say.
You won't go to a prom. You won't graduate high school. The hard thing is not thinking about what may have happened in the future. You know, that is the hardest part. It's like, you know, will he get married? Will he have kids? I'll never get that. You know, that's the things that just really eat me alive inside. You know, it's like didn't even get to go to prom. You're playing Russian roulette with taking this stuff. Just everything forever. It just seems like it'll be forever ruined, you know. And for my son to pass away Christmas night, you know, that really don't. And Christmas will never be the same. All it took was one pill. It took one pill to kill my kid. Him and his buddies thought they were taking Xanaxes, and it was not Xanax. It was a high dose, really high dose of fentanyl.
He went to the hospital. He had a terrible throat infection, and they sent him home. And they gave him the Tylenol, but it wasn't working. So his friend came over and gave him Percocet, which was a street perk, and it's laced with fentanyl, and it's very common to get. And the problem is you could take 5 perks and you'd be fine. But you take one that's laced with more than 7 grains of fentanyl and it'll kill you. And your organs shut down. Your heart, your lungs, they shut down. And you can't move, you're paralyzed. So he died in a matter of hours. And that was very hard for me to accept. This is the one that takes you by surprise, though. This is the one that disembowels you, though, because you're not expecting it. And whenever a parent has to outlive their child, it's devastating. It's unnatural.
It's the hardest part of my job by far. I love what I get to do. You know, when I see somebody come to the other side of that and celebrate victory over their addiction. But when you lose one to an addiction, especially at a young age, and the 2 that I've done this year were 16 and 39, and that's just way too young.
All I could do is stand there and ask all these wonderful young people, how did you know my son? And I got so many different beautiful stories about Carlton that for me, that's what made it so real for me. Here's this guy who's 26 and he's got 60 years of experience with the people that are showing up for him.
I'm still, even after 9 months now, I don't even know what to say.
There's really not much I can say. They lost their child. And that's the most devastating thing I can possibly think of. Because it shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have been that way.
I think there's a number of problems. I think the drugs are getting worse. You know, having dabbled with a little bit of it in my day, you know, that something, you didn't have the danger that's out there. It's always been a danger, but not like it is today. And then just the availability, the access to it is so much easier today, and it's everywhere.
I would say that the majority of our inmates are impacted from drug addiction or drugs themselves. From January to July, we've had 896 individuals here that we recognized and knew that they were detoxing from opiates. Those are the ones we know about. And the way we learn that is they're either conspicuously in the withdrawal process when they come, or we learn that, or they tell us There's scores of people that come in, I'm sure, that get out very quickly that we don't know. They don't report that.
Addiction is not like you get treatment and it's gone one day. It's a process. You know, you'll continue to use.
And how easy is it to become addicted?
Easier than most people think, actually. You know, most people think, oh, you know, to be an addict, you gotta be taking opioids for years, you know, and then, you know, but as quick as like a week.
Right now, if you look at the coroner's data and you look at what people are overdosing on, it's this wild mixture of many different drugs, but fentanyl every single time. Just about every single overdose is a fentanyl-involved overdose.
I've gone to calls where the needles are laying on a coffee table, or needle might still be in somebody's arm and they just didn't get it out in time. You kind of have an idea when you get there what the call is going to be like. You know, probably the hardest part of that is sitting down and talking to the parents and trying to tell them what you have and what you think it's going to be. They lots of times are in denial and just don't believe that their child would have done that. Our numbers show that there's a growth in it, and you have some lows, but usually when you have a low, then there's a period that picks up and compensates for that lower time. But I do foresee bigger problems coming.
When I get to my desk every morning and I see that somebody else has died, it's devastating. Because that's not just a number, it's a person. It is a family that has been torn to pieces. And there's nothing I can say or do, because again, I'm just one person.
It kind of seems like it's cyclical, it'll come and go, but you know, we've recently come through a pandemic where there was a lot of lives lost, but as many or more are lost every day to heroin and opioid addiction and overdoses. But yet it's not getting the attention that other things get at times.
Our community has such a dire need right now. I mean, we're losing so many people, you know, and that's what they are, they're people. Regardless of what their story was, regardless of stigma or anything that's associated with it, our community members are dying.
I couldn't do anything. And now my son's dead because of it.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
In some way, shape, or fashion, Everyone can say that they've been impacted by addiction or overdose or something along those lines. If someone says that they haven't, they might not know, or they might just be lucky.
I'd like to say that one of my earliest memories growing up was a good one, but it really was not. So I had a very loving family growing up that took me in from infancy. My grandparents took me in when I was just an infant and raised me my entire life and adopted me when I was 7. But I vividly remember my birth mom living with me, and she came home very, very, very intoxicated, to the point where it was extremely dangerous. My name is Haley Ann Holland. I am 18 years old. I was born addicted to cocaine, and it changed everything about my life leading up to now.
I will tell you, over the 5 years that I've been here, year by year, we've had increasing numbers of those infants that are born with dependence.
I would say that I really started to learn what being addicted to cocaine was, being born with it, being born with alcohol in your system really was when I turned 7. I have learned, though, that an infant born addicted to cocaine actually has many different neurological issues down the road, whether it's memory loss, attention deficit, which is something I struggle with. I struggle from severe ADHD. Fun fact, cocaine addiction from infancy can also cause a lot of cavities, which I didn't know growing up, so I had a lot more cavities than other people, and I'm like, what is going on?
I don't think people understand the long-term side effects. You know, we see the short-term side effects and we can manage those, and we go home, and our newborn infancy period's relatively normal. School age group, we may get cognitive delays, we may get emotional concerns, behavioral issues. Those things can come along with it too. It's very, very high-pitched. A lot of the side effects or symptoms that we see is very similar to what adults have to go through. Sweating, tremors, just uncomfortableness.
As a child, you're told, like, they're sick, they need help. It's not that they don't love you, they're just sick. And I mean, that's what I was told, was that they were sick. And I believed that for so long.
As many individuals that, you know, we can help support towards recovery or treatment services, there's always going to be more individuals who are going to start struggling.
I have watched it destroy somebody's life, and I think it really made my outlook on life in high school much different than others.
Until we can truly treat it as a disease, eliminate the stigma and things like that, that there'll almost be a revolving door, so to say.
What appeals to people about recovery from substance use disorder and what actually works are two kind of different things. If you think of the idea of help is saying to somebody, okay, well, you need to accept treatment, and treatment's going to be abstinence-based, it's going to be residential, when you're going to go upstate somewhere and be in a program, when the evidence suggests that over 90% of the people in those programs fail within the first year of coming out. But again, it's attractive to the average person, and it solves the problem of, you know, the nuisance problem of people on the beach not behaving as we might like them to.
Many of our people come into the detention center and they get out very quickly, within 24, 48 hours. But for those individuals that are here for 2 weeks or a month, they come in, they get clean, they start to gain weight, they start to feel better, they start to sound better, they start to look better. And then they go back, they get out of jail, and their addictions has that grip that causes them to enter into that life again. And then they come back again soon. That's sad, it's difficult to watch, because you get to know the individual.
Until that environment changes, to where it's not just addiction, it's experimentation, it's one bad decision.
Just in 2022 alone, we had over 344 overdoses.
We admit about anywhere from 2,000 to 2,500 clients a year, and that's been growing. I think this year we may have hit a record. We were up there this year.
You know, when you say admit, you're talking about outpatient services, correct? There's no inpatient at Starbucks.
We used to have an inpatient women's program, but during COVID we had to close it.
Infrastructure is an issue in our area. We don't have the treatment and recovery centers that we need. But when we talk about those issues, it's hard to talk about. Some people have a hard time talking about. We're fortunate that we have a group of service providers that are passionate about it.
What can we do to fix this?
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
We have a significant disparity of available resources in our area.
What if somebody in need came to you as a business owner? What if somebody in need came to you as a police officer on the street? What would you do if they had a housing insecurity, or if they had a substance abuse issue? What would you do? And we walk through those scenarios. So we want to define what are our initial gaps. You know, we talked about what our initial responses, what can we provide those individuals, and then what can we not, what don't we have?
What we don't have is that purpose-built housing that is equipped to manage, both medically and treatment-wise, the individuals that have that immediate need. We need that housing.
We do the best in the area that we can, and I know there's a lot of initiatives and a lot of great programs here, but funding is probably the biggest challenge that everybody faces.
Inpatients are tough to run. They're 24 hours a day. They're very expensive. You're dealing with managed care companies. They're setting limits on how long people can stay, and so it gets to be kind of a crapshoot as to whether you're going to break even or not with some of these. So we could get back into it, but we'd have to sort of perceive both the need and the ability to meet the need.
Some people are service resistant, some people are not ready, and we understand that. But when we go to a call for service, We want to be able to provide the information that they need at the time. That's an opportunity for a paramedic, a police officer, and a peer support specialist to follow up on an overdose.
We'll do post-overdose outreach. So we'll go directly to where they're residing, knock on their door along with the police department, let them know they're not in trouble for any reason, but we're literally just here to help. That help is available, there's hope. What are your immediate needs? And just really trying to show people compassion and empathy.
We are averting untimely deaths all the time, both with getting people into treatment, overdose reversals, with fentanyl test kits. I don't know what the overdose rate would be without these activities going on. So even though the overdose rate may be going up, it may not be going up as much as it would without all these efforts out there.
They're maybe stuck in the darkness or hopeless and just really just stuck in that dark place, but that, you know, there is hope to get out on the other side, and that when they're ready, we can help walk them through that and support them through that.
You walk into a place where you're addressing an overdose, you don't walk out the same way. And I've had officers respond to calls for service day after day, and the same with our fire and EMS personnel. And we want to make a difference, but it is a disease that is encompassing, and it's frustrating.
I guess what I want to do here is my point is that people need to be aware of what's happening right now.
And I couldn't talk about it. I didn't talk about it. I couldn't talk to a friend about the fact that I'd lost my son. That's how I couldn't talk about it. I was just leveled. So I feel that there has to be other people that are hiding this. And I'm hoping that there's some shred of narrative that could be useful for another family that's suffering in silence.
You need to love your kids as hard as you possibly can. Keep them close, because there is evil out there that will suck them right up, right out of you, you know. And, you know,
we've been fighting addiction. We've been, you know, battling this epidemic for forever, it feels like, at least. So yeah, I'm sure there's a solution somewhere, but to completely eradicate, you know, what our community is experiencing, especially with the introduction of fentanyl, I don't know if that's a possibility, but we're absolutely going to do the very best that we possibly can.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
This week, Chicago takes center stage for the Democratic National Convention, and Local News Live will bring national and local coverage on every screen.
Will the new ticket have enough time and momentum to beat former President Donald Trump?
With the issues that matter to you.
The expectation is that focus will turn to the issues.
And breaking news from the convention floor. Election 2024, the DNC. Coverage begins this week on Local News Live.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. Don't let his extreme cuteness fool you. This little guy has a serious mission. He's learning to save lives.
What does a dog mean to a veteran? Everything.
She gave me my life back. She really did.
Veteran Scott King has had 16 surgeries. He has hearing loss and PTSD. His service dog Twinsy can respond to 60 commands.
So when I'm experiencing PTSD attacks, the majority of the time it's when I'm sleeping at night. And so she will climb up and lay across my chest, and then she'll start licking my face, and that wakes me up. I'm no longer overseas.
But veterans who need a fuzzy first responder like Twinsy may have to wait up to 2 years. This life-saving lab mix came from a nonprofit called Canine Companions.
All we need is 400 volunteers to raise a puppy like Pilot, and our job will be done.
Andrea McCarran is a 6-time volunteer service dog raiser. Pilot is the furry face of a brand new nationwide partnership between Canine Companions and Penn Fed Foundation.
This is not an easy job, and you've raised 6. It is So challenging because I'm a volunteer. But wait till you see the reaction of strangers when they see a puppy wearing a future service dog vest and they learn about his mission. I meet people every single day I would never meet otherwise because of Pilot, right?
You're a good boy.
Isn't he a good boy? Well, thank you for helping and welcome. Enjoy your trip.
Pilot went to live with Andrea at 8 weeks old. He'll be by her side until he's 18 months.
A volunteer puppy raiser's primary mission is socialization.
Then he embarks on 6 months of professional service dog training.
They learn to turn on and off light switches. They learn to do nightmare interruption, where they will interrupt a veteran suffering for night terrors. They can fetch a medicine bag. They can fetch a cane. They do whatever they're needed to do, which is astonishing.
It costs upwards of $50,000 to raise and train each service dog. Veterans like Scott get their life-saving companion for free, thanks to the generosity of donors like PenFed and others.
If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here today with you in this park.
Be at home.
Pilot, sit. Yes.
What does this guy mean to you?
Pilot is my heart. This fuzzy little face represents that small amount that I can give to change or save somebody's life.
A selfless act bringing smiles and kisses.
Kisses for me? Oh, thank you.
To support those who gave so much for our freedom. In Washington, with the good side, I'm Deborah Alfarone. Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say.
Save it. It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
The U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosive tracks the origin of guns when they are found at crime scenes. And in Haiti, 85% of guns found at crime scenes, many owned by criminals who control 80% of Port-au-Prince, come from the United States. United Nations expert on human rights in Haiti, William O'Neill, joins us. William, thanks for stopping by here on Local News Live. How concerning, or to what extent should we be concerned about these numbers?
Should be very, very concerned. It really is. It's shocking, and I think actually scandalous that so many of the weapons that are used by the gangs and the bullets are coming directly from the United States, mostly from the port of Miami. Some seep in across the border from the Dominican Republic, but they originated in the U.S. Others from Jamaica, same thing, originated largely in the U.S., but most of them are coming right from Florida to Haiti.
I would assume it's illegal for somebody to send these to Haiti. Am I right in saying that from the U.S.?
Absolutely. Yeah, it may be legal in Florida, given our Second Amendment and laws in Florida, which are quite liberal, which is a whole other topic. But yeah, just about anybody can go in and buy just about anything. But then shipping those weapons, especially the heavier weapons of war, essentially, and the ammunition to Haiti is a federal crime.
To what extent are the security forces in Haiti, maybe those run by the government, being outgunned by these criminals?
Pretty much. I mean, the criminals have enormous stockpiles of ammunition. They have heavy weapons. The Haitian National Police do not have nearly enough, first of all, personnel. I mean, there aren't enough police to begin with, but the police that they do have are under-equipped and until very recently had not been getting any type of direct assistance from the United States. It was ironic that the gangs were getting all kinds of weapons, but the police were not. That was just some domestic U.S. legislation that now has been, there's an exemption in certain cases, and finally the Biden administration has started to ship certainly non-lethal equipment like night vision goggles, armor, body armor, things like that, and drones that are much needed by the Haitian National Police, but they're also finally getting some weapons.
I want to ask you more about what is happening in Haiti overall in just a second, but first, you mentioned the Biden administration. What does the United States need to do differently to prevent what appears to be a serious problem?
Inspect all the little freighters that leave the port of Miami, and everybody knows where they are. It's not like they leave in secret in the middle of the night. Everybody knows where they leave from. The shipping companies are right there. It's just a question, I think, of political will. It can't be technological or a resource issue. We're a huge country. There aren't that many boats. They're not that big. I just can't believe they can't be inspected. And you don't have to catch every one. Once you start catching some, the deterrent factor then will kick in, and people will not take the risk of ending up in jail for doing this illegal trade.
William, what is the condition, broadly speaking, in Haiti right now when it comes to the gangs and the criminal activity? And if we would see changes in U.S. laws or potentially policing these weapons better, what could the progress be if that happens?
Well, the progress could be immediate and quite dramatic. And I don't think it really is, again, a question of law. It's a question of applying the laws that are already in place. And that takes political will and some resources. If you could stop the gangs, especially their ammunition, they have the guns already, but it certainly would help to stop them getting any more guns because they're not really that great at maintaining them, so they break down. But certainly the ammunition, if they don't have bullets, the guns are useless. So, and if they don't have firepower, the gangs are finished because they don't have any popular support. It's not like the population really supports them or believes in them. They're ruled by terror, and they're able to rule because they have force. But if you take away the force or diminish it, the gang situation starts to become much more manageable.
Finally, William, last question for you. How dangerous is Haiti right now?
Well, Port-au-Prince is quite dangerous. The city itself, the capital, which is the center of almost everything in Haiti in terms of economic life, political, educational, medical. So it's a big deal to have Port-au-Prince be so unsafe. But once you leave the capital region, other than one other section of the country called the Artibonite Valley, which is very important agriculturally, where there is a very powerful and vicious gang, the other parts of the country are much more safe. I mean, they still have huge problems with no clean water, very little electricity, lack of food, lack of medicine. But other than that, you don't have to worry about getting killed if you go out to get some food or send your kid to school. The schools are actually working. So outside of the capital area, and this is one other agricultural area, things are pretty safe. But it's a huge thing not to have Port-au-Prince. The airport's still closed. The maritime port is still closed. The roads are all controlled by the gangs that go in and out of the city. So in a way, I keep saying Port-au-Prince is like an open-air prison. There's really no easy way in or out.
United Nations expert on human rights in Haiti, William O'Neill. William, thank you for stopping by Local News Live.
You're welcome. Thank you for asking me.
After 15 years of smoking, Eva Marie quit. There's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. Learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Yeah, I know. Wait, I don't know. Yeah, you just did that. Look at that. It's so sad. That's good.
One in 5 adults in America experiences mental illness.
Nearly 1 in 25 live with a serious mental illness. This all according to the National Association of Mental Illness. Now, with this month being Mental Health Awareness Month, we want to help break that stigma surrounding it. Joining us now to talk more about this is Dr. Teresa Lovins from the American Academy of Family Physicians. Dr. Lovins, let's talk a little bit about what role does family physicians do they play in identifying mental illness and guiding patients to get the treatment that they need?
Well, the good part about family medicine is that we can take care of patients from birth to death. And so we get to know the patient. And so we really can help them determine what kind of treatment, what kind of therapy they may need. The other is we're their first contact with the healthcare system. And so if we can't take care of it, then we refer. But a lot of mental health issues can be dealt with right in your family physician's office.
Yeah, and as we know, mental health, it can be a sensitive topic for a lot of people. So how can family physicians, and all of us for that matter, help break that stigma?
I think we just need to be honest and talk about it and be upfront about what we know and how we can treat it. If we bring it to the forefront, just like hypertension, it's an illness and that it needs to be treated, the stigma will go away. We've been held back by that stigma, so let's get rid of it and help these patients feel better.
Yeah, like you said, it's just like any other disease. It's not something people can help. So once you get that diagnosis, or if you even start to feel like you might need some help, it can be difficult, it can be overwhelming. So where should people start?
Definitely start in your family physician's office. They're going to be able to help you the most. They're going to be able to give you that background. They're going to be able to give you that diagnosis and actually can probably do quite a bit of the treatment for you. So it's somebody that you know, somebody that you trust. And then if they can't take care of you, they'll refer you to the appropriate next step, which is either the psychiatrist or a therapist or a combination of all of them.
So the first step is taking the first step. Dr. Teresa Lovins from the American Academy of Family Physicians, thanks so much for joining us here.
Thank you.
You're watching Local News Live. We'll be right back.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves
by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
We're seeing the annual summer spike of COVID cases with more people inside because of the heat and traveling during time off. Cases have risen a bit, but how does this variant compare to others over the past few years? AAFP board member Dr. Keisha Davis joins us. Dr. Davis, thanks for stopping by Local News Live. What are the recommendations from doctors as these cases go up?
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Yes, I'm a family physician.
And just yesterday, CDC updated its recommendations around the COVID-19, flu, and RSV vaccinations. They have changed the recommendation for RSV. So for folks who have not had the RSV vaccination previously, they are now recommending that everybody over 75 should get vaccinated for RSV. And those between the ages of 60 and 75 should be vaccinated if they're at high risk or living in a nursing home. And I think that makes that recommendation a lot more clear. Last year, the recommendation was for shared decision-making, which means have a conversation with your family physician on the risks and benefits for whether or not to get RSV. This year, they're saying the benefit clearly outweighs the risk for RSV, and we are strongly recommending that folks in those groups get the recommendation.
And Dr. Davis, family physicians, you're the first line of defense. You're the ones that are talking to patients, trying to encourage them to get whatever help they need to stay healthy. How do you help them build confidence in vaccines?
Well, you know, there's a lot of misinformation out there about vaccines, and taking the time to speak with your family physician about it really can help weed through all the noise. Your family physician gives you care in the context of you, so they can take into account what are the medical conditions that you have, what's your life situation, who's in your household, to really help you understand why vaccines would be beneficial for you. What we do know is for folks who have gotten vaccinated against RSV, COVID, flu, they have fared much better than those who haven't. And especially when we look at COVID-19 vaccinations, those who got vaccinated were much less likely to be in the hospital, to have severe illness, or to die from COVID-19.
Great reasons to get vaccinated. Now, we're seeing, as we have about 30 seconds left, the numbers have gone up a little bit in summertime. Is this what you expect because of the temperatures and people staying inside?
You know, every year we've seen a little bit of a summer spike, and we're seeing that this year. I think the thing that is reassuring is that we aren't seeing disease that is more severe, but we do recommend folks to take precautions. If you are somebody who is high risk, this may be time to wear a mask or try to keep your activities outside. Take those extra precautions, take a COVID test if you're concerned. But an important thing to remember, the CDC has recommended that anybody with a respiratory illness should isolate. So whether it's COVID or flu or RSV, it doesn't really matter. Take that time. If you're sick, you should be sick, stay home, and not spread it to other folks.
Really reassuring advice. AAFP board member and family physician, Dr. Keisha Davis, thank you for joining us today on Local News Live and sharing this important information.
Thank you, Ryan, for having me.
Oh, great to have you on.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
When I was in foster care, I never knew when I would have to move. So I always had my suitcase ready to go. Then one day I was adopted. My new parents opened their hearts and home to me. My parents cook my favorite breakfast for me every morning. My parents take me on trips I never thought I would go on. They gave me a home and an even better reason to use that suitcase. My parents aren't perfect, but they're perfect for me.
Welcome back to Local News Live. Well, it's tough to go to a golf course without seeing something with Scotty Scheffler or Bryson DeChambeau on it. They're probably one of the game's biggest duos since Tiger and Phil. And this past week, they both made headlines again. Let's catch up on the golf world with WRDW morning anchor and our yearly correspondent for the Masters, Nick Proto. Nick, thanks for joining us again on Local News Live. Bryson DeChambeau won the U.S. Open. How did he go from being one of the least liked players on the tour to being a fan favorite?
Well, Bryson has been one of the most polarizing golfers since he stepped onto a golf course years ago, and he's different. I think that's the short answer of it is, you know, when you're different, you know, growing up, you kind of get picked on. So he sees the game as a science, where a lot of guys see the game as an art. He prints off his own irons, gets them 3D printed. They're all the same length, where other guys have shorter irons as you go down. He hits the ball farther than just about anybody. He puts his balls in Epsom salt before he goes out and plays around. So, I mean, there's all sorts of things that he does that are just so different, and people didn't really take to him at first. And he also sort of had this edge to him when he first came out. He showed up here to Augusta and said he was going to play the course like a par 67, which is unheard of, and he hadn't finished better than 20th at the Masters since he came in up until last year. But he's just so different, and I think people have really started to embrace him now in recent years. He started up a YouTube channel. He's played with some of the biggest golf YouTubers in the world who are big fan favorites, and we've got to see this other side of him. And so when he won the U.S. Open last week, he was out there in the crowd with the trophy, letting everybody get a feel for it. He was signing hats between holes. He went out and hit golf balls in the dark, glow-in-the-dark golf balls. So he's become a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more fun, and people are just taking to him more than they were when he first came in.
How about Scottie Scheffler? He's won his 6th tournament of the year. Is this the most dominant we've seen since Tiger?
Yeah, I feel like that question gets floated every couple years with somebody. I mean, it was Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, Brooks Koepka. We've seen all these guys have dominant runs. On a week-to-week basis, absolutely. Scottie Scheffler is on a run that we haven't seen really since Tiger Woods. But when it comes to the majors, the tournaments that these guys are judged by, he isn't quite on the most dominant run that we've seen. I think back to Rory McIlroy in 2014. He won 2 majors that year. Jordan Spieth in 2015 won 2 majors, finished top 4 in all 4 majors that year. Brooks Koepka, another guy that I just mentioned, he had 4 major wins in 9 starts from 2017 to 2019. Now, we've seen Scottie dominate here in Augusta twice in the past 3 years, 2022, 2024, winning 2 green jackets, but he hasn't quite done it in other major tournaments yet. Now, he's still young. He's still just 28 years old, just turned 28 last week, so there is a lot of time for him to rack up those major victories, and I'm sure he will. But he had a bit of a surprising showing at the U.S. Open, finishing outside the top 40, and so we'll see when that breakthrough is going to be, but he is so much fun to watch, one of the most likable guys on tour, and he is on quite a run right now that we haven't seen in quite some time.
Where does the merger between the PGA and LIV stand right now? I know it's something we've talked about a lot, but I haven't heard an update in a while.
Yeah, well, really not much has changed since the last time we talked. I think that was April, probably around Masters time here. The two sides said they were going to come to an agreement. They had a deadline of late last year and then early this year. Those deadlines have come and gone. We still don't have a framework agreement in place. So we're still just kind of in limbo, seeing what happens. And until that happens, we're going to have the best players in the world playing on separate tours. And the narrative for a little bit was, well, the LIV guys, they're old, they're often injured, they're past their prime. These guys aren't really the best players in the world anymore. But what we've seen in the last 2 years is these guys can still compete on the biggest stages. Bryson DeChambeau, like we just talked about, won the U.S. Open this year. Brooks Koepka won the PGA Championship last year. Those are 2 LIV guys. So we still don't have all the best players in the world playing under the same umbrella, which is a real shame. The fans want it. The players want it. So hopefully we can get this deal done soon.
WRDW morning anchor Nick Proto keeping us updated on the PGA. Thanks for stopping by Local News Live.
Absolutely. Thanks, Ryan.
No, glad to. And you're watching LNL. We'll be right back.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
To Local News Live, to Richland County, South Carolina, stolen guns have been directly linked to youth gun violence over the last month. And in one of 2 shootings that happened less than a week apart, the sheriff says one of the guns had been modified with an illegal switch. WIS investigative reporter Derek Rush took an extensive look at what exactly these switches do and how they are falling into the hands of teenagers.
Within the headlines reported.
We want to update you now on a crime alert into another neighborhood shooting. According to the Richland County Sheriff's Department, one person is recovering after being shot at a neighborhood pool.
Just last year, WIS reported on a shooting at this very same pool that left...
Beneath the chorus of gunfire, that sounds more like a drum line. There lies a pressing issue surrounding illegal switches on Glock pistols and shootings.
It is awful that we live in a time of a great community that you can't just sit in your home without bullets flying through.
Chandra Cleveland calls the villages at Lakeshore home. In May, Richland County investigators said more than 70 rounds raided her neighborhood as rival gang members met at the community pool for what Sheriff Leon Lott said was a planned shooting. The all-out war you're seeing involved stolen guns, specifically ones that were modified to include illegal switches.
These are being illegally made, and they're being placed on Glock pistols. This switch will allow you pull the trigger one time, and every bullet in this gun, in this magazine, will shoot without stopping.
We're here at the Richland County Sheriff's Department training facilities, and what we have on this barrel here are 2 guns. The one that we're about to show you first is a traditional 9mm Glock. And if you load it, hold it securely like you're trained to, perfectly in control. Now, beside this is a Glock with an illegal switch. And in a lot of these shootings that have been reported with illegal switches, most of the shooters have been holding these with one hand. Now, you saw the control with 2 hands, but with one, there's minimal control at all. So, obviously, we hit our target here, which was what you were aiming for, right?
Yep.
But got a couple other ones.
So you had that rise to the left and then that shift to the right. You got multiple rounds. The potential victim with his hands up, one up in the hand. That's also that dip, that rise, and that fall. So you had one attended target that you were aiming at, and then 2 innocent civilians in the background that also got hit.
So is this the one with the illegal switch right here?
Yes. So ironically, right as soon as you got done firing the actual firearm, I noticed a failure actually in the Glock switch itself, which could have been catastrophic in the long run. If you actually look at the back, this is the one that was printed on the 3D printer. It actually started to deflate and break apart. So luckily, proper firearms handling, safety equipment, our eyes, our ears, and our vest, hopefully would have prevented any major injuries, but this could also be catastrophic.
Is the conversation not just the fact that it's an illegal modification, but the raise? Explain that danger and what component that adds to having these attachments on these guns.
So just like you did when you demonstrated with the full auto switch inside of that Glock 17, you saw, even though your intended target was the one in front of you, it actually totally drifted from the left all the way to the right. So now you're looking at murder times 3.
How many illegal switches have you all seized this year?
I don't know how many we seized, but it's been a good number of them.
The Richland County Sheriff's Department said it doesn't have data on the amount of Glock switches seized so far this year, but it's an issue that's far outreaching the Midlands. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms found more than 5,400 illegal switches were seized between 2017 and 2021. This was a 570% increase from the 819 seized in the previous 5 years. Experts say the switches are often 3D printed or created on aluminum conversion machines in bulk. which makes them virtually untraceable.
It is a needle in a haystack sometimes.
The data shows it's just tiny pockets within those areas.
Captain Jack Sheard works in the Crime Gun Intelligence Unit for the Columbia Police Department. He says over the past 5 years, the hotspots for shootings have been found on specific streets in northern areas of the city. One of the most common is Bailey Street.
Well, this year alone, they've had 40% of our shootings for the entire city.
It seems in the second quarter of the past 3 years, gun violence has riddled the Midlands. In fact, between 2019 and 2023, CPD data shows 434 people were shot, and families of these victims.
We lose our children and everybody loves us for 30 days. But this is our life.
Are left struggling to figure out life without their loved one. Salima Graham Fleming lost her daughter, Sanaa Amenhotep, to gun violence in 2021. Sanaa was killed by her friends, then buried in a wooded area in Lexington County. The 3 teens responsible were convicted for her murder in May of 2023.
If I can candidly speak to you, this is a cycle, right? There'll be a Salima, a Banyetta.
It is hard for me to drink anything cold anymore, because the last time my lips touched my baby's face, he was so cold.
Adrian Vanyetta Watson, another grieving mother whose 16-year-old son Julian Keel was killed by a stray bullet on June 2nd at a graduation party. Doing everything they can, Captain Sheard says the department remains on the cutting edge of investigative technology, using a series of lab systems to match grooves on shell casings to the exact gun used to shoot the bullets.
Essentially, just think of it as fingerprints for ballistic evidence.
The fight for a solution goes on.
The first thing that Sheriff Lott put out is a lot of our gun violence by our youth in our community. They're getting the guns from people leaving them inside of their vehicles. All right, so don't leave guns definitely unsecure in your vehicles. And if you possess a firearm, you have the right under the law. Secure them properly, even inside your home. Keep them out of the reach.
Along with a cry from the victims' families to put an end to the violence.
I have screamed. I have ransacked my house. I have thrown things. I have punched walls. And none of them can bring my baby back. So to y'all young people, listen to what I'm telling you. I don't want y'all's mamas and daddies to feel this type of pain.
WIS investigative reporter Derek Rush joins me now. Derek, that was such a great story. Were there any more specifics surrounding the number of people shot in Columbia in the 5-year time window you mentioned?
You know, Ryan, this story served 2 purposes. One, obviously highlighting the illegal automatic switches and the dangers attached to them when people do not secure their firearms, whether it's in their cars or at home. But the other component was highlighting youth gun violence in Richland County here in South Carolina. Now, as it pertains to that 434 people shot over the 5-year period, 90% of them, actually it's more than 90% of them actually were black people. And to put a number on that, that's about 399 people in that 5-year window.
Now, you mentioned in the story the Sheriff's Department couldn't give you a number on the number of illegal switches they've seized. Were they able to produce any statistics on stolen guns, though?
So it's actually a layered statistic there. 1,933 total guns seized between Richland County Sheriff's Department and the Columbia Police Department. Now, when it gets into the stolen guns component from the Columbia Police Department in 2023, 144 guns or stolen guns more specifically, were seized. So far this year, we're sitting at about 33. For Richland County, that number is 229 stolen guns, 1,756 total guns seized from there.
Wow. Okay, so what more can you tell us as you continue to follow this developing story? I know you have more to cover here.
Absolutely. You know, there's been a lot of shakeup throughout the city. The Columbia Police Department released a data set earlier this year that crime had actually decreased 18% down from what it had been a calendar year ago. Ironically,
the juvenile violent crime within that demographic has actually increased quite a bit. Typically, 10 to 15% of the total violent crime is made up of juvenile crime. So far this year, the Columbia police chief told us that's about 27%, so a slight uptick there. And because of that, the city has actually been considering expanding juvenile curfews for minors throughout farther parts of the city instead of in current districts in the downtown area. Additionally, families of victims like Julian Keel are seeking more action for justice and accountability, specifically Keel's family, who has now hired a civil rights attorney to represent them because they feel as though his shooting could have been prevented if more security was present at the party. And additionally, lastly, we should say, the big question right now is how many of these stolen guns have the illegal automatic switches attached to them. That's something that we're continuing to work with the police and the sheriff's department on. And as we get that information, we're going to have some follow-ups coming out of this for sure.
Yeah, that's important information. We'll touch bases then. WIS investigative reporter Derek Rush, thanks for joining us on Local News Live.
Thank you.
And you're watching LNL. We'll be right back.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Today on Investigate TV Plus, a case of over-medication that nearly killed a grandmother. I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Her own daughter in prison, but her family says a doctor shares the blame. Plus,
first time I saw this kit, I was astonished.
Doctors send out a warning about outdated first aid kits on commercial flights. We take an in-depth look at the critical equipment that's missing.
This is a much more common problem than people may realize, and it can really cost parents big.
Children using their parents' credit card to make more in-app purchases. The options available if your child racks up a big bill.
And Vintage Vegas, the museum tells Sin City's history through neon lights.
In-depth stories that inform and inspire. You're watching Investigate TV Plus. A woman accused of trying to kill her own mother after she put her in hospice and helped give her powerful medication.
A doctor's involvement in this near-deadly overdose was recently revealed in a now settled lawsuit. Investigator Andy Perotti explains how the daughter and doctor were implicated.
Sheriff deputies and a county coroner respond to a home in 2017. They're told a woman inside, Shirley Couch, may just have hours to live.
Miss Shirley? Miss Shirley?
Oh, you hurting, baby?
My mom's lying lifeless in a bed. She's in a coma.
Deputies in this North Georgia home find vials of morphine and bottles of antipsychotics in the room. Look at the coroner's face.
Oh, she's got a patch.
When she discovers someone placed fentanyl patches on Shirley, a powerful combination of narcotics usually restricted to patients shortly before death, all administered to Shirley, who was secretly placed in hospice care by a family member.
She's actually being overdosed.
Was your mom dying?
Absolutely not.
Christy Carr is Shirley's youngest daughter.
What was she doing in hospice care?
That was my question exactly.
Who admitted Shirley into hospice? Renee Bonner, Shirley's oldest daughter, who worked at Homestead Hospice as an administrative assistant. Suspicious of her big sister, Christy called 911.
We are watching a murder, and I'm not going to stand by and watch it happen anymore.
In 2019, a judge found Renee guilty of attempted murder. In 6 years after the family was told their mother was knocking on death's door, Shirley's still alive.
What did you think when you woke up from the coma?
I was so confused. I didn't know where was I at, but to have your child try to kill you, that's hard to live with.
But that's not the end of the story. Shirley's family believes someone else is to blame for nearly killing their mother, someone who never met her. He's Dr. James Shiver.
No, I did not see her physically.
Seen here in a 2021 deposition, part of a recently settled lawsuit the family filed against the doctor. He's the former medical director for Homestead Hospice. In the deposition, Shiver claims he prescribed Shirley morphine, fentanyl, and other drugs, but only after consulting with nurses on the phone, caring for Shirley. According to court records filed by Shirley's attorney, which includes the doctor's Verizon call logs, Shiver and the nurses never spoke.
And this is an empty vial.
Okay.
Multiple requests for an on-camera interview with Dr. Shiver went unanswered, but over the phone, he denies any wrongdoing. Dr. Shiver claims he can't remember speaking with Shirley's nurses, telling me whether or not they were and when they were called, I don't know.
God is the only one that decides when it's our time. Because in my opinion, how's that any different than putting a gun to your head and pulling the trigger? They're just doing it with drugs.
While Shirley's family submitted a complaint to the medical board, the agency declined to confirm or deny whether it's investigating Dr. Shiver. But emails and texts our team reviewed between Shirley's daughter, Christy, and a medical board investigator show the agency is looking into a complaint filed by the family. Homestead Hospice was acquired by a different company after Shirley's incident. Its new owners declined to comment.
Taking a closer look at hospice care, according to the American Cancer Society, hospice is a special kind of care that focuses on quality of life for someone who's experiencing an advanced illness and treatment can no longer control it. Hospice provides medical care for people with a life expectancy of 6 months or less. It's not designed to prolong life. Some of the signs hospice is needed include a patient has less desire to eat, significant weight loss, and body changes. Hospice care can be done in someone's home, a nursing facility, or hospital. AARP suggests caregivers research hospice agencies and identify the top choice or choices before the care is needed. Congress made hospice a permanent Medicare benefit in 1985. You can learn more about hospice on Medicare.gov.
Now to a health warning as more Americans return to air travel. According to a 2019 report from the CDC, about 1 of every 600 flights has an in-flight medical emergency. Now there's a group of doctors sounding the alarm about inadequate in-flight medical kits on some flights. Investigator Rachel DePompa finds out what's inside those kits and what's missing.
I'm going to go ahead and declare a medical emergency as well.
It's actually the captain that's not doing well.
A Southwest flight from Las Vegas to Columbus, Ohio.
So we need to get him on the ground immediately. So we are an emergency aircraft at this point.
The captain falls ill with stomach pain and faints. An off-duty pilot saves the day and lands the plane back in Vegas. From pilots to flight attendants and passengers.
Do you have any medical personnel on board?
Medical emergencies are on the rise as travel increases and the population ages. The Centers for Disease Control estimates about 1 in every 600 flights has a medical emergency. Doctors are warning when the call for help comes down the aisle, they don't always have what they need to help you.
100% of the times that I've asked for those kits, they were either absent or incomplete.
Dr. Leo Nisola is talking about emergency medical kits on flights. All airlines are required by the Federal Aviation Administration to carry these bags filled with 25 mandatory items to save your life. The kits include a stethoscope, aspirin, a blood pressure cuff, and epinephrine to treat allergic reactions, but not an EpiPen, in pre-measured doses, which makes the drug easier to inject. Neither the FAA nor Congress has updated what's required inside these kits for nearly 2 decades. Dr. Nisola's helped in at least 5 in-flight emergencies.
I think those kits are usually outdated, the ones that I've come across, and could definitely use some improvement.
First time I saw this kit, I was astonished that they did not have something as basic as a glucometer, which is a blood sugar monitor.
Dr. Amy Faith Ho works in a Texas ER and has helped with medical emergencies on multiple flights. She says some airlines are going above and beyond to add more items and medications to their kits, just not all of them. In 2020, the FAA issued guidance to airlines encouraging them to include more. It's still not mandatory to add the extra items.
Should this be better regulated? Should there be a uniform policy for all airlines and not airlines electing to do things or not do them?
But I absolutely think that this needs to be centralized and regulated in one place so that you can know what you might have on any given airline.
MedAir is a company that makes medical kits filled with more than the FAA requires. 16 airlines around the world use these kits, but not every U.S. airline. MedAir did not disclose which carriers are involved, but Alaska Airlines and Delta told us they use the kits. Dr. Paulo Alves is the company's global medical director. He led a 2019 task force created by the FAA to review what new items need to be in these kits. It made several recommendations.
The FAA is actually the governmental agency responsible for enforcing the medical kits and controlling the medical kits. But they don't define the content of the medical kit.
There's no government agency tracking all in-flight medical emergencies, so we asked the FAA for a list. The agency eventually discovered it does track some of these incidents. So we analyzed what it gave us and found more than 400 medical emergencies on commercial flights in the last 5 years. We found passengers falling ill, having seizures, a passenger with a broken leg from turbulence, a flight attendant inadvertently stuck with an insulin shot while trying to help a passenger with a diabetic issue.
In a statement, the FAA told us it's reviewing the emergency medical kit requirements based on the input from this task force. Though changing the official list of requirements for these kits means Congress has to act. Until then, some of the emergency medical kits on flights continue to be outdated and inconsistent.
If you are a patient and you are traveling, please, please, please make sure that you keep any of your life-saving medications with you. Do not check it. Do not put it in your luggage.
Our investigators reached out to 8 major U.S. airlines. All that responded said their medical kits comply with FAA requirements. You can read those full statements on investigatetv.com. Spirit and American Airlines did not respond to our request. Still to come, costly in-app charges by children hit families by surprise. The steps you can take to protect your credit card.
But first, improving someone's odds of survival during a medical emergency.
We just pushed on this guy's chest continuously until people showed up.
But not everyone is willing to perform CPR. The racial barriers standing in the way of life-saving care and the people working for change.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years and I got my third child who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
According to the CDC, 90% of people who suffer cardiac arrest outside of the hospital die. But doctors say CPR can improve those odds because it helps keep blood flowing when the heart stops.
We take a closer look at CPR and the steps you can take to save a life.
Started to have a conversation. Next thing I know, I'm in the back of an ambulance.
George Sylvester was on a Valentine's Day shopping trip at an Atlanta area shopping mall when he collapsed and went into cardiac arrest. The 48-year-old high school and college referee had no history of heart disease.
If not for her, then in all likelihood, I'm not standing here. I don't have a life.
Fortunately, Paige Harmon saw what happened to George and knew exactly what to do.
We just pushed on this guy's chest continuously until people showed up.
According to the American Heart Association, CPR can triple the chances a patient survives cardiac arrest. Hands-only CPR allows someone to keep life-saving blood flowing through the body of a cardiac arrest victim by just pressing on the chest in a hard and fast rhythm. The medical professionals we spoke to say you shouldn't be afraid of hurting the patient because at the moment their heart stops, they're clinically dead.
So no matter what you feel or hear or think you're hurting them, you're not. And the worst thing you can do is just watch them until we get there. The worst thing you can do is nothing.
But nothing is exactly what's happening in some cases. Research published in the October 2022 edition of the New England Journal of Medicine shows several disparities among those suffering cardiac arrest in public. Researchers found people in low-income and predominantly black neighborhoods were less likely to receive CPR from a stranger than those who live in predominantly white neighborhoods with higher income. And women are less likely to receive CPR than men.
And I think there's many reasons, cultural reasons, societal reasons. So, people may be afraid or embarrassed to expose a woman's anatomy or to expose her breast.
Aubie Nemeth is a nurse anesthetist and teaches CPR in Cleveland, Ohio. Aubie says she stresses the importance of awareness in her classes, which includes educating people about the myths when it comes to giving aid to women in cardiac arrest.
Try a little bit faster there.
Albee says she tries to make the training as realistic as possible, which includes using mannequins with female anatomy. She says it helps students be better prepared to jump into action.
Don't hesitate, act fast. If a female is down and she's not responsive, you're going to attempt to save her life and give her chest compressions.
As for George, he's now good friends with the woman who helped to save his life and is thankful for every day.
There are some people in this world that truly care about the well-being of others, and she's definitely one of those people.
Coming up, a legacy in lights.
You show anybody in the world a photo of the Las Vegas Strip, they know exactly what they're looking at.
We'll take you to the museum that's home to dozens of neon signs synonymous with Sin City.
But first, app angst.
He has autism, it's hard for him to recognize consequences for his actions.
One mom's message to you after her 7-year-old son went on a spending spree.
Local news live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
It took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Kids racking up hefty charges when left to your devices. A 2020 study by Statista found about 40% of families spend between $10 and $100 each month on in-app purchases.
Any busy parent will tell you having a few fun games and learning apps on their phone can be a real lifesaver. However, a single mom in Arizona got a shock when her son spent hundreds of dollars on Roblox without her knowing. Reporter Brooke Wagner shows us the steps she took to get her money back.
Kayla Howard wasn't laughing when her bank called about $897 worth of unauthorized charges just before Christmas.
He's on his tablet.
The Arizona single mom of 4 working 2 jobs discovered her son made in-app purchases on Roblox, her kid's favorite game.
He's 7. He has autism. It's hard for him to recognize consequences for his actions.
When she first reached out to Google Play and Roblox, she got a $10 refund. But following up, we learned Roblox eventually refunded her the full amount. Not every parent is that lucky.
So this is a much more common problem than people may realize, and it can really cost parents big.
RJ Cross with the Public Interest Network hears from parents a lot. She says never before have kids had this kind of access to tools that could allow them to spend their parents' money.
Unfortunately, there's pretty limited recourse that parents can pursue. Each app provider has its own policy. So if it's an Apple or Google app, for example, then they actually do have a form you can fill out to get a refund, but you have to be fast. They want you to fill that out within about 2 days
She says do not wait until you get your credit card statement. It'll be too late. You can try disputing the charge with your credit card company, but it's not guaranteed because a child making purchases isn't legally fraud. In fact, even if your credit card company reaches out to you because charges look suspicious, that still doesn't mean you'll get refunded.
It doesn't make sense overall that so many kids apps have the ability to make in-app purchases. It would be better if we just set limits that said certain types of opportunities to spend money just shouldn't exist inside of apps that are designed for kids.
The government has already taken action against Google and Apple regarding in-app purchases and is still looking closely at games that entice kids to spend money. So there may be more regulatory action to come. In the meantime, tech expert Andy Taylor says in-app purchases are not going away. They're big business.
They're making millions of dollars on in-app purchases. That's where the money is.
He's right. The latest study by Statista shows in about 40% of families, kids spend between $10 and $100 each month on in-app purchases. More than 8% spend more than $100.
That's why they make these games available either free or cheap, because that's how they make their money.
If all else fails, you can lodge a complaint with the FTC. You might even get to join a class action suit, though that would take even longer to get just some of your money back.
When my kids were younger, we actually had to hide our phones. My daughter actually mistakenly made a big purchase on Amazon, and luckily we were able to return it. But I can't imagine the charges out there by so many people that they don't want.
I'm just lucky this hasn't happened to me yet. But you have to talk to your kids and keep an eye on them.
Emphasis on yet. You just said, right?
Yet.
All right. The Federal Trade Commission has already taken action against Google and Apple regarding in-app purchases and is still looking at games that entice kids to spend money.
The experts we spoke to say the best way to protect yourself and your child is by monitoring their play. Most popular games have parental controls that allow you to set time and spending limits.
All that glitters is old.
But the city has a really unique history.
Telling the history of Las Vegas through lights. Coming up after the break, we'll take you on a tour of the Neon Museum.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Glowing, glittering, and vintage. The Neon Museum in Las Vegas is a bright light in the desert that's more than just signs.
Yeah, the museum tells the story of Las Vegas through neon. Reporter Kim Passoff takes us on a tour of Vegas history.
Folks, we're going to head on into Fremont Street now.
It is the most electrifying museum in Las Vegas.
We've grown dramatically.
A tribute to the bright lights that define the city.
You show anybody in the world a photo of the Las Vegas Strip, they know exactly what they're looking at.
The Neon Museum's collection of colossal signs sit on 2¼ acres, giving off the trademark glow Las Vegas is known for.
A lot of people think of us as just a place to come and gamble, have a good time, but the city has a really unique history with our railroad routes all the way up into what we are today as kind of the entertainment capital of the world.
Walking through the Neon Boneyard, where many of the signs now call home, is literally a walk through the history and culture of Las Vegas.
In fact, this was the first place I came to when I moved here to learn about the city, the history of the city.
Sarah Plans is the senior docent at the Neon Museum. She now shares that history to both locals who grew up when the signs were still in their original locations, to tourists from around the world.
From Australia, from Europe, from Asia, from all different kinds of walks of life, people that speak English, people that don't speak English. We actually have Spanish tours here at our museum now.
The goal is to share the history, artistry, and culture of the city of Las Vegas with as many people as possible.
That building is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. It's the only active casino in our city that still bears that title.
History brought to light and preserved for all to enjoy well into the future.
And that's it for us. From Investigate TV Plus, I'm Lee Zurich.
And I'm Tisha Powell. Thanks for watching. Next time on Investigate TV Plus.
We have a house explosion. Holy
Natural gas leaks with devastating consequences. We show you the danger that could be putting your family at risk.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
This week, Chicago takes center stage for the Democratic National Convention, and Local News Live will bring national and local coverage on every screen.
Will the new ticket have enough time and momentum to beat former President Donald Trump?
With the issues that matter to you.
The expectation is that focus will turn to the issues.
And breaking news from the convention floor. Election 2024, the DNC. Coverage begins this week on Local News Live.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free. Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
A mysterious disappearance, a suspicious death stumbled upon by a father and his young son, and an unsolved case that cast a shadow over a small town to this day. In southeast Missouri, Major Moore and his son, Jeremy Moore, called Kennett their home. On February 23, 1997, the duo ventured out, taking their dog down to the St. Francis River. The dog ran off and came back with something, a discovery that would provide clues about a mysterious crime, a bone in his mouth. Now, living on a farm, this was nothing new for the Moores. Their dog would bring up cattle bones or even deer bones left behind from local poachers. But this time it felt off.
We didn't know it was human at the time, but we knew it was different.
Moore phoned the Dunklin County Sheriff's Office to let them know what they found. Sheriff Bob Holder quickly assembled his crew and headed to the scene. As Holder and his crew arrived on scene and examined the area, they found more than just a leg bone.
The major case squad went to the location of the levee and found skull, neck, and torsos of a human.
Holder hadn't seen anything like this before in his career. Despite beginning his career as a sheriff that same month, he made it his mission to see to it that the case would be solved.
This Major Moore had called Walter Deering and informed him that a dog had brought some bones into his yard. And they looked like human bones to him, but they wasn't sure. So
the major case squad continued their search, uncovering other bones and identifying evidence. At the edge of the water, they located the upper portion of a set of dentures and several clothes.
Found in the pants was the wallet, which contained the driver's license of George Conder.
George Conder, a 49-year-old man who was last seen on November 26, 1996.
George was raised in Kennett, attended school in Kennett, and was a very likable person.
The Dunklin County Sheriff's Office sent Conder's body to a forensic anthropologist for an examination.
The cause of death was said to be a gunshot to the head, possibly by a small caliber weapon.
A shot to the head, his personal belongings scattered everywhere. Sounds like it could have been just an accidental death? Well, not quite.
Located near the torso was what appeared to be leg bones, and within a short distance there appeared to be a leg bone. A search continued there, was found black plastic found with nylon rope. It's definitely a homicide.
The sheriff's office had a homicide on their hands. Now their main goal, find out what happened and who did this to George Conder.
He was last seen in Kennett and in Campbell area on 11/25/1996 by quite a number of individuals. He'd stopped at a convenience store.
Like any small town, everyone knew everyone, and Conder was no different.
And my dad knew him. You know, he had done business with him up here at the radiator shop here in Kennett.
I knew George through the high school, and he was just a friend, and not a real close friend, but we knew George. I knew his family, and they were good people.
Everybody knew him. However, for the sheriff's office, not for good reasons.
I think he'd been arrested prior to my becoming sheriff for growing marijuana, and there have been a number of witnesses interviewed that were kind of connected with him in the growing of marijuana at that time. That was a pretty big thing at that time.
With this information, Holder believed his involvement with marijuana played a big part in what led to his death. But the question still remained, who killed him? Within the walls of the sheriff's office, suspicions lingered. People would trickle in and out of Sheriff Holder's office, explaining their theories on what happened to Conder. The sheriff, growing increasingly desperate after one story was seemingly a world different from the next.
We had very good investigators on it. Walt Deering had been an investigator for quite a number of years, and he was an excellent investigator. We involved the Missouri State Highway Patrol Division in Drug and Crime Control.
While investigators had a few suspects in mind, there just wasn't enough evidence for an arrest.
With the rumors that surface, one person will pick up on one rumor, and then that rumor gets stretched out to an even bigger rumor. But we do have several people that, when I say several, that are people of interest. But we don't have enough to indict anybody right now.
There were certain pieces of evidence that they could not get a hold of, and so that was a major obstacle for them.
As time ticked on, people stopped talking about Conder, the homicide, and the case. The sheriff's office shifted focus to other cases, but Holder says that doesn't mean they labeled this a cold case.
We just kind of keep it open, and I've got a new group of people that would take a good look at it.
Unfortunately, with every passing day, leads dry up and people of interest pass on or move off.
Hopefully this will bring somebody forward again that maybe share a little light.
Nearly 30 years later, Kennett has grown exponentially, and still, Holder wants to close this case.
I'm hopeful that we can come up with something, because it's been quite some time since his death. So, but this has been long enough that hopefully something will come out of this.
But until then, this remains a mystery looming over Kennett. The mystery of who killed George Conder.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my third child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
Breaking at this hour, TBI agents are at the Alabama home of a truck driver accused in a kidnapping. The bloody underwear of several women were found inside that driver's truck.
Roy Nels, to me, really embodies evil. I mean, this to me was a pure embodiment of evil.
There is, to this date, only one woman who police know was able to escape Nelsh.
I was to the point where I felt desperate.
I'll get you out of this truck. That's what you got.
I already know I'm probably going to die, so I'm not going to go down without a fight.
Jeremy, it's important to note, no one outside of police has ever seen what you have uncovered.
The story, when you read it or hear about it, sounds like a movie.
So you may think you're the only survivor.
I do. I believe that I am.
To be honest with you, my initial thought was, I thought he was a serial killer.
My car battery went dead, my phone was dead, everything was dead. And it's just like tons of traffic, you know, and you're just sitting there like a sitting duck. I ended up running out of gas at like exit 86, right past exit 86.
Were you feeling desperate?
Yeah, it was hot. It was May 22nd. It was really hot outside.
Here you are, you have no money, stranded on the side of the interstate, and this truck pulls up behind you. Do you remember what you thought when you first pulled up?
Yeah, I thought, well, this looks like a friendly neighbor I might borrow a lawnmower from. He just kind of yelled from his truck, "Do you need help?" And I said, yeah. He says, well, come on, get in, and I'll give you a ride to the next exit, get you some gas, and bring you back. I taught my kids the same, like never talk to strangers, and I know better and all that, but again, you know, I didn't feel like I had any options at that point. I said, sure, thank you, yes. Did not think that he was going to do what he did. I got into the truck.
So at that point, you did not think he was a danger at all?
No.
How would you describe what he was like when you first met him?
Very awkward, very, very awkward. I got in the truck and he was driving and he asked me if I want to go on his route. And I said, oh, I can't do that. I said that I have small kids here that I need to be here for, you know, and I felt like it was already an awkward question because he don't even know me. And, you know, I was like, okay, Abby, just get through this, go get gas, go back to your car, and it's done. He said, well, maybe I'll just have to kidnap you. And I thought, wow, what a awkward joke to make.
I know that you were watching for your exit.
I said, why aren't you getting in the right lane? And he said, nobody will let me over. And I was just like, no, that's not true, because I'm looking out the passenger side mirror and there's nobody on the interstate, barely anybody. And then it was silent, awkward silence. And then finally I said, thank you for your time. I don't need your help anymore. I appreciate it. Please pull over and let me out. He's pulling over and I think he's letting me out. So I grab my purse, I look up at him, and I'm thinking I'm about to say thank you, and he has a gun pointed at me. He said, this is a kidnapping. I'm gonna rape you. Get in the back of the truck. He was very laid back and like he'd done it before. I begged and pleaded with him at first. I said, please don't do this. I said, I've got little kids who need me. So I thought, I need to comply. So I did what he said. I went to the back of the truck. But then when I got to the back of the truck, things in my head changed. I was like, no, I'm not going down without a fight.
Roy, my name's Dennis. I'm one of the detectives here. While it was happening, I was already working. He was taken into custody. He was brought back to our office. Well, I spent some time with Ms. Pimentel first and got her version of events. I did sit down that afternoon or early that evening with Mr. Nelsh. Your name is Roy, correct?
I'm sorry?
Your name is Roy, sir?
Roy, yeah.
I know there's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. How serious is it?
Well, and that's what I don't know. If you're willing to tell me what happened, I'm all ears.
She looked like she was, desperate, needing help. I'll take you to get some gas. She said, pull over. Well, there's nothing here. She gets back and said, I want to make a deal for you for some gas money. She said, give me your money. What? She said, give me your money, I'm going to tell you to rape me. She said, give me your wallet or give me your money.
Mr. Nelsh gave me a story that mirrored all the facts of Ms. Pimentel's. Different reason for him.
He tried to make up some story about how he was citizen arresting me because I was trying to rob him.
The question is, who's telling the truth?
She was showing some.
Okay.
She said, you give me your money, I'm going to tell them you raped me. She said, you're crazy, get out of my truck. She come on around. He started hitting me and beating me.
He jumped on me and we're wrestling for this gun.
She reached to grab my gun and then I was in a panic.
He's on top of me and I have the gun pointed at his face now. I'm on the bottom, he's on the top.
Trying to twist the gun out of her hand. I didn't want her to shoot her, didn't want her to shoot me.
And I have the gun pointed at his face.
I want you to stop. My God.
And I pulled the trigger and nothing happened.
I can only imagine what you were thinking at this point.
It was the worst feeling ever when you pull the trigger and nothing happens. Just thought, that was my one and only chance and it's gone.
So when you pull the trigger, nothing happens, what does he do?
He pulls a bigger gun out from somewhere.
And I reached under and got the 40 and hit her in the head with it.
He just bashed me over the head with it really hard. And I mean, I remember feeling warm liquid pouring down my face and I didn't know at first what it was, but it was blood.
Finally got her stopped and handcuffed.
He put my hands behind my back and put handcuffs on me, and at that point I remember thinking, okay, Abby, just comply with what he says, or pretend you're complying at least for right now, because he's going to get complacent at some point, and that's when you're going to make your move.
Started cleaning up some I'm sorry, I hit you. You can't, don't beat on me.
He lifted my dress up, my hands were handcuffed behind my back. He said, do I need to gag you, or are you going to be quiet? And I said, I'll be quiet. First, he put a blanket over me, and I don't know why.
He got back in the driver's seat and started driving. Did he say anything about where you were going?
While he was wiping the blood away from my face, I asked him 3 questions. I said, are you going to kill me? He said, no, I'm just going to rape you. I said, how long are you going to keep me for? He said, a few days. I said, are you taking me somewhere scary? And that's the only thing that I could think of to ask, because I kept thinking of those scary movies going through my head, you know, and he's gonna have me in some cage and with all these knives or something and torturing me or something. Like, I kept thinking that way. And he said, no, you're gonna stay in the truck with me. I'm just taking you somewhere isolated. I'm thinking about the fact that my life is probably going to be over here soon. And then I would think about my kids, and like every time I would think about my kids' names would go through my head, and I'd just get this adrenaline, like this crazy amount of adrenaline go through my body, and I'd be like thinking, you don't have the right to take away their mommy. First, I had to get my hand out of this handcuff. Honestly, I didn't care if I ripped my whole arm off. I was not going with that guy. I was not going to be raped by him. There's no way.
So how did you do it? How'd you get your hand out?
I ripped it out as hard as I could, as hard as I possibly could, and it hurt, but I didn't care. I take the blanket that he covered me up with, and I stood up really tall, and I felt like a monster. I was just like, I felt savage, like an animal. I just took the blanket and I lunged toward him as fast as I could, and I threw the blanket over his head, and I put my arm around his neck, and I squeezed my muscles around his neck.
She's all over me, beating on me, kicking me.
I grabbed the steering wheel with the other hand, and I started swerving, like trying to tip the truck over.
Were you driving at that point?
Yes!
When you put the blanket on you?
Yes!
You're trying to drive and hold him back at the same time.
Not really trying to drive, I'm trying to tip over the semi. I was absolutely a crazy, savage animal, like fighting for my life. He ended up saying, okay.
Calm down. Let me get my one handcuff off you and I'll get you out of this truck. That's what you got.
He stops the truck and, you know, put his foot on the brake, and I said, you're gonna let me out right now. And he managed to get that handcuff off. I don't know how he got the blanket off his head. I don't remember that part. Like, everything happened so fast. I remember I jumped out of the semi. I had one shoe on, one shoe off, the other shoe's up in the semi, half a dress on because he ripped it.
He said something to you as you were leaving. What did he say?
He said, I never expected you to fight that much. I've never had anyone fight this much before. I was like, whoa. He's done this before, like, wow. I thought, who am I dealing with here?
I got the one handcuff off her and just pushed her out the truck. She go running back down the road. Well, I know what's going to happen now. She's got blood on her face. She's running down the road. I've got problems now.
I ran to the back of the truck and made sure I looked at it. I got 3 letters off of the back of the truck. He just drives away, and I'm sitting there like, help me, like trying to get somebody to stop. And the guy does pull over finally, calls 911 and gives me his phone, and I tell the police what happened. They have an ambulance come, and I told them this is the description of the truck. That's all I can tell you.
Then of course came out the news about what else was in the cab.
It was shocking, you know, to find out what was there.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
There's so many rewards in life. You coming into our home was one of the greatest rewards we could have ever had.
You know, it took 20 years, and I got my 3rd child, who was 17 at the time.
It's so cool to watch the adult that you've become, and you really have done as much for us as you think we've done for you.
Rethink how you get breaking news.
A rooftop collapses at a suburban hotel.
With Local News Live, you get the big national stories direct from local reporters. Reporters who know the streets and the people. Authentic, unfiltered, live where the story is. Stay close, stay connected, because the big breaking stories are best told by those who live it. Local News Live, the news that hits home. Always streaming, always free.
Women are bad with money. That's That's what the world's been saying for centuries. But now, we've got something to say. Save it.
It's time to save ourselves by saving our money.
Until we're no longer 80% more likely than men to live in poverty in retirement.
Save it. The falsehoods, the feelings of fault.
Then, the funds. Learn how to save for your retirement at wesaysaveit.org.
There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey.
Local News Live, always streaming, always free.
10-4, still heading towards Springfield. He is possibly armed. I just haven't tried to stop him yet. I just wanted more backup units. Hey, man. Hey, keep your hands up for me. All right, turn around. Turn around. Right now, you're just being detained. That girl's crazy. Yeah, apparently she's crazy enough to get you in some trouble. Yeah, she got me in some serious trouble.
Live with breaking news.
We are uncovering more information by the minute about a truck driver charged with kidnapping.
Tonight, what he did when he was arrested led a local police chief to suspect more trouble was ahead.
He actually came out of the truck with his hands up already in the air, so I really wasn't nervous or scared because I think he already knew what was going on because he got out of the truck with his hands up.
You're one of the few people that actually spoke with him. One of the few people that got to ask him questions on the record.
Have you ever been arrested for anything before?
No, that's the first time I ever had a set of handcuffs on.
Understood. He came across very, almost humbled, respectful.
God, I had never hit a woman before.
It became actually more alarming to me that he was that calm, that comfortable, and always had the right answers.
She looked like she was, desperate, needing help.
He seemed very well rehearsed.
God, I just tried to help somebody out, and quite honestly, yeah, if I could have got it up, I would have.
I started changing my perception of him. The real cake topper to me,
get her some dude.
He was the fact that he was going to drive around and
get her medical help out there because she was bleeding.
Until he found an officer.
Get the cops out there.
That's not a normal thing to do. It became actually more alarming to me that he was that calm, that comfortable, and always had the right answers.
I just got to ask, why do you carry handcuffs? Why do I carry handcuffs? Because a lot of the states I go to, my pistol permit is no good in. If somebody comes up, I've got that one chance to go across, hit them with the face with them, and handcuff them, cut the hell out of you.
It started dawning on me that a lot of this was already there in his head, the answers.
Why didn't you call the police? I mean, after she's out the car. Because I knew exactly where it was going to go.
Why not just pick up the cell phone and call 911 and say, hey, listen, this just went down.
I should have. Once she got out, I knew where it was going to go. She's got blood on her face. She's running down the road. I've got problems now.
I'm going to ask you if you would give us consent to go through your vehicle. You can say no. You have every right to say no.
But you're going to do it anyway.
Well, no. What we'll do is we'll apply for a search warrant.
Yeah, and you'll get it. I got nothing to hide in there.
At this point, everything inside of me, especially based on what we've already seen and some of the statements he's made, has told me that this is by no means his first time, and probably worse. How often would you say you picked up girls before?
I don't know, maybe once every 2-3 months. If they're broke down, I'll stop and give them a hand. I don't screw around with truck stop girls because they got things that they ain't even discovered yet. This ain't my first rodeo with girls out there trying to make a little money.
It was strange when you're sitting with a man like this to watch it unfold in front of your very eyes, to see what quite frankly, what a monster is coming out. You had said something to her that you've never had anybody fight you like this before. Does that sound familiar, or was there a variant to that? Okay.
I don't fight women, I don't hit women. I'm scared to death.
Don't be. We're going to get the truth. One way or another, we will get the truth, I promise you that. Hey, this isn't something I do all the time, probably not more every couple of months, but I've got a friend who works over at the Secret Service building. He runs a polygraph. It's a lie detector for layman's terms. Is that something you'd be willing to do if I had Jeremy come down here tonight? You're not interested in a polygraph for no one. I think you're dealing with a man that's been doing it for so many years. He's got a, I hate to say Jekyll and Hyde, but almost a switch that can turn on this charisma and then turn it right back off when he's ready. I just wonder if you'd be okay with me taking a quick DNA swab.
It's her blood in the truck. There's no doubt about that.
Well, I know, but I need to be sure.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about? Yes.
That's good?
Yes. Well, you're going to find my fingerprints in your system, no doubt.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about that. I'm just using it as an example.
But now you got my DNA. First one to get it.
By that point, we had all the evidence from the vehicle. There was a lot more to this, and based on what I kind of took from him from the interview and the items we found in that vehicle, I'll be honest with you, my initial thought was, I thought he was a serial killer. There's been a lot of things in your truck that have been collected that are very, very discomforting.
Questionable.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, but
yes.
I just wanted to let you know that we are collecting that for the time being, okay?
I know. When I gave permission to search the truck, I gave permission to get that, didn't I?
The bloody underwear of several women were found inside that driver's truck.
Some of the say tools that were in that vehicle were barbaric in nature. These are things that to me suggest a torture mindset. I really think this is not your first time with something like this. And I'm wondering, is there going to be any other cases that are going to come back on that?
No, not that I know of.
There's a real problem with your version of events.
I can understand it. I can understand
it. It doesn't make sense.
I can understand that.
It doesn't make sense. It's potentially serious charges.
It's been very serious trouble.
I think all the things that have been collected, the evidence that's being put together is fairly strong. I don't think you're being completely truthful.
I can understand why you would say that, because I've been running back through my mind over and over and over. And I see 1,000 mistakes I made, but I can't change a damn one of them.
The biggest problem in that version was handcuffs.
Yeah, probably are. They probably are.
Nobody handcuffs somebody they're trying to get rid of. You handcuff to keep somebody. My thought has been that, yeah, there probably are victims out there.
If I was sitting in your shoes, I would be saying the same thing. I think I probably need to get a lawyer.
Invoke your Fifth Amendment.
Yeah. It's looking bad in my mind. I know it's looking bad in your mind.
Roy Nelsh, to me, really embodies evil. I mean, this to me was a pure embodiment of evil.
And breaking news at this hour, the U.S. Attorney of Middle Tennessee telling News 4 investigates that a multi-state investigation is underway to find out if a truck driver has victims throughout the Mid-South.
It comes as that truck driver, Roy Nelsh, appears before a federal judge tonight on new charges. Let's go live to Chief Investigator Jeremy Finley at the federal courthouse. Jeremy, they're calling this man a danger to society.
That's right, Tracy. The U.S. Attorney for Middle Tennessee tells me what they found inside the cab of his truck is the reason they hauled him here today to federal court from Clarksville in order to charge him with multiple crimes and, he says, to make sure that he no longer drives the interstates of the Mid-South. Also, prosecutors revealed new findings tonight, saying Nelsh kept weapons more than 10